Heart of the City and Spencer for Hire will not be seen tonight, but will return next Saturday. Now an ABC Sports exclusive.
ABC Sports presents the 1986 American League Championship Series. From Anaheim Stadium, the Boston Red Sox and the California Angels in the matchup for Game 4, Roger Clemens against Don Sutton. A wild one last night, highlighted by this bizarre fourth-inning play, which resulted in the ejection of Gene Mauch. And one of the key blows, this two-run homer by Gary Pettis as the Angels beat the Red Sox and Oil Can Boyd 5-3. Anaheim Stadium from the air, not Chamber of Commerce weather. It's been cloudy all day and cloudy in the early evening, but quite comfortable. Temperature approaching 70. Anaheim Stadium filling to capacity once again for game number 4. I'm Al Michaels, and the Angels are 2 victories away from the World Series. The Red Sox are 3. Tonight is game number 4. Good pitching matchup coming your way with Clemens taking 6 from June on. And the 41-year-old wonder goes to the mound tonight and shares these thoughts with us.
First of all, I realize how fortunate I am to still be playing, but to be playing in the playoffs and to realize that this comes at the end of what has been probably the most exciting year of my career. It's a wonderful time to sit down and count blessings and to know that it is special.
Were you sure in your own mind as the season came down the stretch that you would be a part of Mauch's rotation in the playoffs?
Well, I never take anything for granted. I thought that I would be, but if he had said to me, I'd like to kind of hold you back and pitch you out of the pen, then I would have done that too. I believe that I have a job to do here, and sometimes I'd like to define what my job is, but I'm also realistic, and I realize that that is not my role to define what my job is. And one of the things I've really enjoyed about Gene this year is that there has never been any question as to what my role and my responsibility is, and I appreciate working in that framework.
And the lineup that Don Sutton will face tonight for the Boston Red Sox has Wade Boggs leading things off, and then Marty Barrett with 7 hits in the series. Bill Buckner hits third. The cleanup hitter is Jim Rice. This is the usual Boston lineup. Don Baylor is the DH. No changes. Dwight Evans hitting in the 6th spot. The catcher, Rich Gedman, batting 7th. The center fielder, Tony Armas, hitting 8th. And Spike Owen batting 9th. So Don Sutton, who is backed by an outfield of Downing, Pettis, and Jones tonight. The infield of DeSensei, Schofield, Grich, and Hendrick at first. Spelling Joyner. Boone catching. Don Sutton pitching. And Reggie Jackson is in the lineup as the DH. Here we go. Game 4, Don Sutton working on Wade Boggs. And the first pitch is a strike, 0-1. Boggs, Barrett, and Buckner in the first inning. Another strike. They play Boggs to hit to left in the outfield, but in the infield, Doug DeSensei gives him a lot of room, as you can see, off the line at third.
You're playing the percentages.
As he grounds one down to Hendrick, has trouble, recovers, and just does get him. And wouldn't you know it, Joyner goes out, and it doesn't take long for the Red Sox to hit one right down to the first baseman.
Well, here's the advantage of a right-handed first baseman versus Wally Joyner, who's left-handed. It's to the glove side. George, not exactly pretty, but he makes the play. Sutton exactly where he's supposed to be. You have an out.
Marty Barrett comes to the plate. Hendrick does have experience at first, though this season he played in only 7 games for the Angels there and started 2. But you might recall when Keith Hernandez was traded from the Cardinals to the Mets as Barrett popped a foul out of play. When Hernandez was sent to the Mets, what Whitey Herzog did was he moved Hendrick at that point from right field to first base in 1983, and that's when they opened up right field for Andy Van Slyke.
But in spite of all that, I don't think George is the type is sitting here or standing down there saying, I want the ball hit to me. And there are a lot of infielders who are in that classification. guy that's batting. Clutch situation, wouldn't mind a grounder his way.
1-1 the count. 1 out, bases empty in the top of the first inning.
It's an interesting thought. The night that Joyner can't play, you have a pitcher that does. Well, he's not overpowering. Has a what Marcel Latchman, the pitching coach, describes as a power curveball, a good changeup. Stories have been going on for the past 21 years. You just see another curveball.
And bounce down to short, and Schofield throws him out, and there are 2 down. So 2 ground balls, and Don Sutton, with 2 out and the bases empty in the first inning, goes to work on Bill Buckner.
Well, Barrett is, if you take a look at the dimensions here at Anaheim Stadium, Barrett has been very successful out hitting the fastball, and Sutton's the type of pitcher when he is right, and it seems that he is tonight because he's gotten a curveball over to both Boggs and Barrett. You want to get out with breaking balls. So the thing I was trying to say is that this is the type of pitcher, though, in looking at Don Sutton, that you are going to get a lot of ground balls, and George Henrik better be aware of that fact. And I think he already is.
Bill Buckner, who's been cold in this series in 1 for 13, but at least he's facing a right-hander. That's as futile as we've ever seen Buckner look last night facing Candelaria when he struck out twice, lost his bat on each occasion, and then grounded out to first. And the 2 renewing acquaintances, Sutton and Buckner, both members of the Dodgers' '74 National League Championship team. To deep left center field, but Pettis is there and has room, and the Red Sox are done in the first after a half. It is Boston nothing. The Angels coming up.
Well, it's funny. After All-Star break, halfway through the year, every time I went out to throw on the side in between starts, I had my arm felt a little bit more loose and more livelier. I don't, like they said, you might feel that way for 4 innings, and then your arms tend to tire. But in the All-Star game, I felt really well. You pitch on adrenaline a lot, and that'll be the case here too. I'll just have to reach back and reach a little deeper in certain situations.
Have there been any adverse effects of the Stefero line drive?
Not that I know of. It. I guess some type of fluid or something when I was hit moved into the back of the joint, and that's what kind of made it a little stiff. And other than that, that seems to be gone. The inflammation's gone way down, and I feel good. I felt very strong the other night, and maybe too strong, but just felt so good. I wanted to get the ball to the plate, and I just felt overpowering. But like I said, my ball was running up and away.
And the lineup tonight that Clemens will face has Rupert Jones, Bobby Grich, and Brian Downing. Then Reggie Jackson, Doug DeCinces, and George Hendrick. Dick Schofield bats 7th, Bob Boone 8th, and Gary Pettis hitting in the 9 spot. Defensively, the Red Sox, as usual, with Rice, Armas, and Evans in the outfield. Boggs, Owen, Barrett, and Buckner. Gedman back of the plate. And Roger Clemens on 3 days rest. And we mentioned he pitched on 3 days rest following the All-Star game, but the difference, of course, is that in the All-Star game he worked 3 innings, and he worked 3 perfect innings. He came back 3 days later on the 19th of July. In a game at Seattle, he went 8 innings and gave up 4 runs, 6 hits, but won the game 9-4. Rupert Jones takes high, ball 1. Jones, one of 9 different leadoff hitters employed by Gene Mauch this season.
Saw Gary Pettis last night. Tonight, Rupert Jones, and I think the first thing we'll see is the control again. Struggled with it up in Boston. I think the most accurate statement that he made in watching him pitch in the first game is that maybe he was a little bit too strong, only an inning and 2/3 over 10 days. And believe it or not, even though the great velocity is a control pitcher, but within the strike zone, right there already, that's really half as many break balls he threw in 66 pitches. Took him maybe way in the 60s to throw even 2 breaking balls. So he's going to change speeds tonight. We'll see what happens.
And the 1-2 pitch is hit off his foot. That's a foul ball. And so it's still 1-2. And when a foul ball gets down to first base that rapidly, it stings.
That's what happens when you try to pull a ball, top-hand it. The Boston batting instructor Walt Riniak teaches you to take that top hand off, so you kind of get under the ball, turned on that one right on his foot. You take a look at Frank Robinson, one of my former teammates.
Here again, as was the case last night. So trainer Rick Smith has checked Jones out as he stands back in the count 2-2.
And one thing to mention is that when we say with 3 days rest, that is really not that abnormal for some ball clubs. But in Boston, they have gone with 5 men. I think under normal circumstances, without the injury of Tom Seaver, we would be seeing Tom tonight.
Down goes Jones. So Rupert is gone, and we'll take a look at Bobby Grich. That's really the only thing this series is missing. Is you watch Jones go down. It would have been fabulous tonight to have Sutton against Seaver.
Well, 310 wins, I can't believe, against 310 wins. Couldn't think of a much better matchup. Seaver a little bit a harder thrower than Don Sutton, but has become extremely crafty at his age. Something you have to do to pitch that long.
0-1 the count on Grich. Grich is still at second base tonight, and I say still at second base because Bobby can play first, has played there this season. And so Gene Mauch had a couple of options when Joyner had to go to the hospital. And one of them was what he's done tonight, Hendrick at first, Grich at second. Another option would have been to move Grich to first base and have Rob Wilfong play second, but Wilfong has been in a horrendous slump. Wilfong the other night was 0 for 3 facing Clemens. And he's 6 for his last 73, so Mauch opting for Hendrick and Grich.
It doesn't seem to be showing the ill effects at about 96 miles per hour. Again, I don't think you really see any effect unless his control is off until maybe the 5th or 6th inning, and I'm sure that John McNamara, manager of the Red Sox, will be watching closely. Something we talked about early, a magnificent season at 24-4, but only 10 complete games. So gotten a lot of runs for Roger, averaged over 6 runs a game. They do that tonight. I don't really think that 3 or 4 days rest is going to make a whole lot of difference. It hasn't all year.
Johnny Mack, who's going with a 3-man rotation in this series. We're going to see Bruce Hurst tomorrow. And Grich has gone on strike. So that's 2 strikeouts. Jones and Grich both go down, and Brian Downing comes up.
Well, Rupert Jones went down on a slider. Once you see that as a hitter, figure, well, maybe he'll throw me a breaking ball with 2 strikes. That time it's a fastball, and Bobby really literally swung at that ball when it was in the glove.
Brian Downing was the man who did the damage the other night. 4 runs batted in, 2 off Clemens, and then 2 when the Sox had to go to the bullpen. Check swing, little bouncer. Nice play by Clemens from his knees. He gets him. And so 2 strikeouts and a soft roller, and after 1, no score in Anaheim.
We're not a company, but we'll give you a chance to work where there's always a challenge. We'll give you opportunities to learn, to develop, to perfect skills.
I'll definitely playing a couple of more years, and what I do when I'm retired, I have quite a few business interests that I would like to be involved with. My father has a construction corporation that I'm involved with, and I look at that. I also look at the fact that I would like to be possibly involved in some way with baseball, because baseball's been a whole part of my life, and I think it's very difficult for somebody who's had it. I'm 36 years old, and my dream as a 7-8-year-old was to be where I am today, and to all of a sudden go cold turkey after playing all those years probably be a very difficult transition. I just hope that I'm prepared for that, and I would like to somehow be involved with baseball.
For number 11, that's him, Doug DeCinces. And his Angels with the Boston Red Sox are scoreless as we go to the top of the 2nd inning. Rice, Baylor, and Evans against Don Sutton. Jim Rice, 3 for 12 in this series. Boone won't have room. 0-1.
I think that one number that jumps out at you when you look at Don Sutton this year, Al, is the 31 home runs in 207 innings. Last night, Oil Can Boyd with 32 home runs and a little bit over that, 214 innings, eventually caught up with him. And I think the reason that Don Sutton has a propensity to throw some home runs is that he doesn't throw as hard as he used to be. He's a control pitcher. He's around the plate. So if he makes good pitches, he can be tough, but if he gets behind, that's when he has to come in, and that's when the guys unload.
Rice fouling it away in the count 1-2. Sutton trying to give himself a present tonight. Don and his wife Patty celebrating their 18th anniversary tonight. And I guess when you set a wedding date of October 11th, it means the Dodgers were not in postseason play in 1968. Their wedding day. And they weren't. Grounded foul. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Jim Rice. Both clubs going down 1-2-3, second inning at Anaheim on a cloudy and very pleasant evening. Lights having 90%, 80% effect right now, so the lighting in the late afternoon, early evening, really no factor. Little squibber off to the right, charged by Grich, shovels and gets him.
What makes that such a nice play is where Bobby Grich is playing. He's playing way up behind second base, up the middle, which is where you usually play Jim Rice. You can see the long run. Looking at one of the best second basemen around. Lost a couple of steps, but not on that play. It makes the play easy. And Rice would not, really doesn't, what we would call, have great foot speed after all the knee operations.
Don Baylor is the batter. 1-0. That's one of the keynotes of this series, in fact. Very little foot speed. We've talked about the fact Pettis is really the only full-time legitimate threat to go. As Baylor pops it foul off to the left and back out of play. And in a way, it's sort of a, I don't want to call it a trend, but it's an aberration from what's been taking place in the past, because so many of the teams that have been so successful in recent years have been built around speed. When you look at the playoffs last year in the National League, the Cardinals with their great speed, Coleman and company, the Dodgers had good speed. In the American League, Kansas City and Toronto with people that can run. Fouled away. And then this year with 2 lumbering ball clubs in that sense in the American League playoffs.
Boy, did that speed in center field make a difference last night. Pettis turned a number of base hits into outs. There's a Don Sutton fan, obviously been out here every night he pitched. He already knows he's got his good stuff. But it's fashionable. I think, Al, from doing games as a former American League player, as Moose has excellent hands. Talking about Moose Stubing, the third base coach.
And our cameraman Hutch.
Right. Moose said, at least I'm doing something right. I have good hands. But you look at the ballparks in the National League, are a little bit bigger, so maybe you do need a little bit more of speed. Same thing in Kansas City. Big ballpark. So Toronto, one of those teams that has a rare blend of both power and speed. Jesse Barfield with a fabulous year, one of the young power hitters, 40 home runs. George Bell, 31. So they can beat you in many ways. Red Sox with only 41 stolen bases don't exactly beat you with their feet.
And only Barrett was in double figures. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bases empty in the second inning. No score in Anaheim. And Sutton's 2-2 pitch is popped in the air toward the dugout. And this one is back out of play. So Baylor keeps fouling them away. 2-2.
When you ask the Boston hitters what it's like to hit off Sutton, they said, especially Wade Boggs, he said he has this little fastball that just moves about 5 or 6 inches. And you go back and look at Don over the course of his career, he's been accused of scuffing the ball, not in the sense that Mike Scott. Don has never been the overpowering pitcher like Mike Scott with 95-mile-per-hour fastball, but the ball just moves enough to make you hit it instead of on the meat of the bat, up on the trademark.
Hand swing. Fooled him. Down he goes. First strikeout for Sutton. Good pitch.
Well, if you want to throw a breaking ball, this is where you want to throw it. The power curveball, low and away, down in the strike zone. Taylor swings right over it.
2 down. Sutton is set down the first 5, and Dwight Evans comes to the plate. Evans 2 for 12 in the playoffs. And he's hit Sutton well through his career. Don spending almost all of his early career in the National League and then coming over in for a strike. Sutton many years with the Dodgers, then to Houston, traded to Milwaukee at the end of '82 and wound up pitching in postseason for the Brewers, then to the A's last year and to the Angels before the season was done.
We talked all series about the way Bob Boone receives the ball. It is, I think, especially important tonight that Sutton gets an extra inch or so of the plate. Make it more effective.
Splintered bat, pop up to third. There's the sensei. And 2 perfect innings for Don Sutton. At the end of an inning and a half, Boston nothing, California nothing. First and wet, game 4 in New York. Houston and the Mets tomorrow night at 8 Eastern time. As Reggie Jackson, Doug DeCinces, and George Hendrick come up in the bottom of the second with no score. Reggie, so instrumental in last night's victory. A ground single tying the game, and then a walk, and that, what would you call it? A sliding dive in the 8th inning. 1-1.
Well, I think at 25 you call it an aggressive slide.
You know what that says?
No, Al, tell me.
I love California. You got it. Angels. 1-2. Read my left, right?
Exactly. And that's the one pitch that Reggie has told us that he has to lay off. Of course, it's also the one pitch that makes Roger Clemens Roger Clemens. Ball looks so hittable, but at 95, 96 miles per hour, up out of the strike zone, tough to catch up with it. See you later.
Real tough. 3 strikeouts for Clemens. 1 down, and we'll take a look at Doug DeCinces.
Another look, and Reggie said, I had trouble hitting this pitch when I was in my 20s. I know I can't hit it now, but again, he can't lay off it.
Doug DeCinces, 3 for 13. Somebody sent me a note, and it's a good question. Want to know why this team is called the California Angels when there is another American League team in the state, that being the Oakland A's, and it goes back to the Angels being here before the A's moved from Kansas City. In for a strike. Remember, this is a franchise born in 1961 as an expansion team and granted to Los Angeles. They played in old Wrigley Field in L.A., and then they played in Dodger Stadium for 4 years, and they were known as the Los Angeles Angels. And then finally, when this ballpark was built, there was some question as to what they should be called. It's in Anaheim, but there were a lot of people who didn't want them called the Anaheim Angels or the Orange County Angels, so they just took the whole state, a la the Minnesota Twins at that point. And thus they, instead of being known as perhaps the Southern California Angels, had Oakland been in the league, just took the whole Golden State with them. 1-2.
Do you remember Anaheim back in 1966? Disneyland, the hotel, and I doubt if they even had one of those hamburger places back then.
Booming area now. 1-2 pitch is inside. 2-2. It's funny, though, by moving down here, the Angels really established their identity. When they played at Dodger Stadium, I don't want to say they were unwilling guests, but the Angels used to refer to Dodger Stadium as Chavez Ravine. When they'd promote a homestand, they'd say, well, the Angels will be in off the road coming home to Chavez Ravine, so as not to acknowledge the Dodgers. 3-2.
I played a doubleheader in my first year in baseball in 1965. They had 655 people to watch it at Chavez Ravine.
3 balls, 2 strikes to count. 1 out, bases empty. Bottom of the second inning. Base hit into right field. So DeCinces gets on, and that's the first hit of the game.
Well, great 3-2 slider. You got to give Doug a lot of credit. This is really where you want the pitch. Doug's a good fastball hitter. Look at him go down and get it. Drive it into right field. The ball that he tried to pull, no doubt a ground ball to shortstop for an out. Went with it. You always get credit for a good pitch as a pitcher, but you got to give Doug a lot of credit for going the other way.
Now Hendrick who spells Joyner tonight, coming up with the Sensei at first and one away. Red Sox hoping to get to the World Series for the first time in 75. They have not won a World Series title since 1918. The Angels, we mentioned, born in 61. The Angels have never been to the World Series. And we were talking about their history in 1962. It was amazing. This ragtag team of some up-and-coming players and a lot of old vets wound up in the race until Labor Day to finish third. Fouled away. And that year, in their second year, and you know how bad expansion teams normally are, they were in first place on the 4th of July, and the LA Times had that classic headline the next day, "Heaven Can Wait, Angels in first on 4th." The Sensei at first base, held on by Buckner, one out, bottom of the second inning. Slowly hit to third. Boggs has to wait, throws, and gets him. He had one play, and that was the only play, and the Sensei is now at second base. So 2 down with Doug in scoring position. And one of last night's heroes, Dick Schofield, who hit the tie-breaking home run in the bottom of the 7th inning. If you didn't read many quotes from Schofield today, he is as shy as they come. And he's just uncomfortable answering questions and talking about himself, so he did an escape act out the back door last night.
Smartest thing to do. I think one of the most difficult things for players sometimes in postseason play is to deal with the media crush. There's so many media people here. Certainly have a job to do, but it can be distracting. He just said, hey, I hit a hanging slider out of here for the second run. I'm coming back tomorrow and try to do it again.
Schofield takes on with that media crush we talked about last night and the rumors about Boyd as the crowd gets on Clemens. It wasn't that close, but remember, there are a lot of people sitting in Santa Ana in this ballpark in the nether reaches of the upper deck, so it's a different perspective. 1-0 the count. But last night, the oil can Boyd auto accident rumors, which were refuted as it's fouled away again. And then, of all things, the oddity is Don Sutton was involved in what was referred to as a fender bender. One report I saw had the wheels coming off the back of his car and the rest, but in talking with him before the game, a fender bender is what it was yesterday.
Well, traffic being what it is out here and having your mind on pitching against Mr. Clemens, I think you could be distracted. Plus, he's old, face it. You lose your reflexes when you get older.
He was broadsided, though. The 1-1 pitch is fouled away in the count 1-2.
Well, then it was a side bender, not a fender bender if he was broadside.
Full report on your late local news. One and two the count. Roger Clemens working on 3 days rest with 2 down. The Sensei at second in the bottom of the second inning. Still 1-2. Speaking of film at 11. Strikeouts in 2 innings for Roger Clemens. After 2, no score in Anaheim. Houston for some supposed remarks which wound up in Houston papers and subsequently further on about Roger Clemens, who reflects on it.
Jim had said something in the paper the morning that it came out in the morning of the All-Star game that I was going to have problems in the All-Star game trying to overthrow or something like that. And my family didn't take it well, and I said that I knew him and I knew how the papers can twist things around. But my family, all my brothers and sisters said they would like to meet him, you know, like we want to get him or something. But the guys in the clubhouse said that, you know, they know why he said it, because evidently he must have gave up some bombs in his All-Star games. I don't know, but he's given up some home runs in one All-Star game, 3 home runs or something.
And you think that was easy?
He got that from Weaver, didn't he?
What a great motivator I was, though. 9 straight outs,
Right.
only 25 pitches.
MVP of the game.
Of course, I did that, too, when I was his age. It's when I got older I had the problems.
Meanwhile, speaking of older, no problems for Sutton as he works on Gedman here in the 3rd inning. Don has set down the first 6. Gedman, Armas, and Owen for the Red Sox. No score. Out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sutton had 2 very good starts against Boston in '86, and there, as you can see, Sutton is trying to move alone past Carlton and Hunter and John and Keeson and that man to whom we just referred, each with 4 games won in the history of the championship series. Inside, Sutton this year against the Red Sox worked 13 innings, gave up just 1 run, and won twice. He beat him 7-1 and 3-0. To deep right field, but room for Jones. 1 away.
That's a pitch you just missed. And again, we talked about the 31 home runs. You talked about the 2 wins against the Red Sox. The one thing, and Don talked about these in the interviews, is the fact that Gene Mauch realizes that after 75 to 90 pitches, he has to really look very carefully at Don Sutton. That's a pitch that later in the ball game could be a home run. It's not really a mistake, but something that when you lose a little velocity turns into a mistake.
Armas now. Tony is 1 for 11 in the playoffs. Strike. So what you're saying, of course, is that you don't expect Sutton to go all the way, which means you have to think about the bullpen, which means you have to think about somebody like a Donnie Moore, who might be called on again tonight after working 2 innings last night. And 2 relatively long innings for Moore in last night's game. Donnie came on to preserve it, but he faced 11 batters.
Well, there's good and bad to that. You'd like to get a guy some experience, and hasn't pitched in almost a week, but did throw a lot of pitches. He's been bothered by his shoulder problems all year, so you wonder if he will come back and how effective he will be.
0-2 pitch is in there. Strike 3. As Armas got fooled. I think he got fooled on the location and the speed of the pitch, both.
Well, again, you get him looking away, and look at Boone sitting on the inside part of the plate. Gives the umpire a good look. I don't really know about the velocity, but he painted the inside corner. And again, if you do have a fastball that runs like Sutton, sometimes it will move left, a little bit right. It ran back for strike 3.
2 down, and Owen is the batter. One and 0. I don't think he was surprised when I say surprised at the speed of the pitch, surprised that it was excessive. I think Don took enough off of it that Tony was shocked on both counts. 2-0 the count. Of course, you've got Sutton on the mound and accused of scuffing the ball through his career. At least, if nothing else, it's something that the batters have to think about. So you think about Sutton, and then you think about Boone framing, and you can go crazy. 2-1. We've talked about Bob Boone and how many strikes he can steal with his astuteness back of the plate. Another gorgeous shot. Anaheim Stadium, home of the Angels and home of the Los Angeles Rams as well. Two and 2 the count.
Interesting thought about the width of home plate, 17 inches, but if you take the baseball and put the one edge of it on, and then you have a catcher that can give you an extra inch or 2, you really do expand it. Both pitchers pitching extremely well tonight. That's the fastest pitch. But then again, we saw in the first game that velocity doesn't mean a whole lot. Clemens up there constantly, 96, gave up more runs than he ever has in his career. That's 8.
Hit down to shortstop. Schofield takes care of his opposite number, and that's 3 perfect innings for the ageless wonder. No score after 2.5. West Virginia, Alabama second ranked, easy time of it. Michigan wins easily. Penn State had a tussle but came from behind. Oklahoma routs Texas. Auburn a winner. Arkansas gets upset by Texas Tech 17-7. And the Trojans of SC get upset by Washington State. Boone takes on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Iowa wins. Some other scores. Pitt beats Notre Dame. Ohio State knocks off Indiana. And in a tight one, Illinois beats Purdue. Boone fouling it away. And Georgia Tech routing NC State. Boston College a winner. Army upsets Tennessee. Air Force routs Navy. Texas A&M over Houston. Oregon State beats Cal. Arizona State over Oregon. And UCLA gets by Arizona by 7. No balls, 2 strikes to count. And in there for strike 3. And Boone muttering it. Nick Bremigan on his way back to the dugout. And that's 5 strikeouts now for Clemens.
A dose of Bob Boone's own medicine. Rich Gedman does a nice job of getting the outside pitch. If you go back to that, I thought was a key inning in the first game, which is a 4-run inning. A couple of questionable pitches, not to say that they were strikes, but you'd like to get them. Led to 3 walks, some hits, and 4 runs. And that's the one thing that Roger Clemens has been able to do all year is stay away from the big inning.
Pettis breaks his bat and hits it into left field for a base hit. And that's the Angels' second hit. Pettis had a walk and a run-scoring single off Clemens the other night.
Well, that was on a breaking ball. This is a fastball that breaks his bat. Puts a guy that stole 50 bases on base. As we said, other than Dick Schofield, a guy that can really fly. And during the course of the season with this battery, talking about Clemens and Gedman, 21 steal attempts, only 7 successful.
Pettis back to first base.
Excuse me, Gedman threw out 50% of the other base stealers over the course of the season. So I think really Clemens, a tall guy with a big windup, but he gets the ball to home plate in a hurry. Right there, a pretty good move, and he's very aware the way Don Sutton's pitching, and Roger is a very astute young man. He realizes he can't give up a lot of runs, and 1 run may make a big difference.
The count.
This is what the base runner is looking at. Of course, it's in slow-mo. Really not that high of a leg tip. The big thing in helping Gedman be able to throw runners out is the fact he throws a lot of fastballs. The ball gets up to home plate a lot quicker, a lot sooner.
Very close.
One thing about base stealers, look at Gary Pettis get back up, and now Roger Clemens, is that they also have bad streaks. And Gary, out of his first 17 attempts, was thrown out 9 times, and then only 5 times out of his last 46. So started out poorly and then got very hot. Really the type of hitting, as we see a conference between Rich Gedman and Roger Clemens, that's what the Angels want Gary Pettis to do. We saw a 2-run home run last night. That's a bonus. They want him to get jammed, get on base. Because with his speed, he sets up a situation where it puts a lot of pressure on the defense and the pitcher and the catcher.
1-0 the count.
You want to keep him honest, but you don't want to lose your concentration and make bad pitches. He's already ball 1 on Rupert Jones. Key here is not to let him get a running lead.
Pitch out. 2-0 the count. So Pettis, the only true speed factor in the playoffs, is very much on Clemens' mind. Pettis went to Castlemont High School in Oakland, California, and that's Joe Morgan's alma mater. So they breed speed. And there he goes, and the pitch is high, and Gedman's throw is there in time. Rich Gedman rifling it down to second. That throw not quite as perfect as the one the other night. A little bit higher, but right there.
Well, the formula for throwing out base runners, a quick release by the catcher, a quick release by the pitcher. You see the tag from Marty Barrett, Spike Olin, and a good tag. We saw all those formulas. Also, the ball was up and away. It's a pitch that Gedman can come out and come up throwing. And a very questionable call. It's a close call. And a lot of times umpires will go not whether you really tag him, whether the ball beat him there.
And now Jones gets on. Last night there was no question. Gedman throwing a clinic strike down to second to get him. This time a much closer play, but Pettis is out of there. Jones is at first with 2 down. And now Bobby Grich, the batter. Grich, a .268 hitter with 9 homers during the regular season. And again, he was, for the most part, platooned with Rob Wilfong at second base. Grich did not face Clemens the other night when Wilfong was in there. Broken bat, bouncer, foul. And the count is 0-1. So Bobby Grich over to get a new piece of wood as Rupert Jones makes his way back to first base with 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd inning and no score. And again, for any late tuners in, Wally Joyner with a bacterial infection, lower leg, and hospitalized overnight. His status in question. I guess if it was the NFL and an injury report, you would put down questionable for Sunday, probable for Tuesday.
Well, I saw him going out in the cart, and he was on crutches, a smile on his face, but wasn't very happy. But then again, that's the case. He's a very likable young man, and again, you miss him defensively. This would be the slot in the order where he would be batting. Again, 2 doubles off Clemens in the first game, but Rogers pitching a little bit better. In fact, much better than that.
In there, no balls, 2 strikes to count on Grich. Joyner, of course, is hoping that he doesn't even have to think about Tuesday because the Angels could wrap it up by tomorrow right here. They're up 2-1. And down he goes, and Roger Clemens has struck out 2 in each of the first 3 innings, and that's 6 thus far. Scoreless as we go to the 4th.
Brill.
Here's Bob Uecker.
I finally had to come over here, Al. I've been seeing all the signs and everything. I started looking for it myself. I want to see if this is phony or if it's for real. This is for real. This is great.
Where are you sitting tonight?
Actually, I'm not sitting anywhere. I was on top of the truck, and Chet Forty kicked me off of there, and Chuck Howard downstairs. They told me to go up here. They said, don't sit on top of the truck.
Mr. Belvedere?
Yeah.
Starting?
Well, we've had 2 shows on already, Al, but I make my singing debut on television on Mr. Belvedere on the 17th of October. So I know you're thrilled about that, aren't you?
Yuki, have you gone Hollywood?
No, not yet. No, I'm still living in Milwaukee. I'm commuting.
All right, you still living in an airport hotel here?
You got that right, Tom.
All right. Great seeing you, Bob.
Good seeing you too, Al.
Okay. The real Bob Uecker. As we go to the 4th inning, Boggs leads things off. Boggs, Barrett, and Buckner.
Of course, this is a typical Bob Uecker situation. Not a lot of hits, and nice to see you, Bob.
Drilled to the gap in right center field. A base hit and more as it gets by Jones, and Boggs has at least 2, and he'll stop at second with a double. So Wade Boggs starts the 4th inning with Boston's first hit.
Overhead look of a high curveball that Really one of the few mistakes Don Sutton has made. And when you do it to the batting champion, you usually pay the price. Jones can't catch up with it. And Boggs, who's been really not hampered, but missed the last weekend of the series with a hamstring pull, easily into second.
Now Marty Barrett at the plate. And he bunts to get him over, and it's a good bunt, and Don Sutton throws to first, and that advances Boggs. So 1-3 as Hendrick covers at first base, and Bill Buckner comes to the plate. So no score, fourth inning, and the Red Sox were their first threat. And for Barrett, it's a typical situation for Marty in laying one down because he led the league with 18 sacrifices. Now we'll see if Buckner can at least hit a fly ball deep enough to get Boggs home. He'll fly to center in the first, and he's really struggling in the playoffs at 1 for 14. And the Angel infield comes about halfway up on the left side and is back on the right side. Ball one. So you've got a choice. It depends how sharply hit a ground ball would be. Boggs is not particularly speedy.
Buckner, we saw him at his worst last night, mainly because of the excellence of John Candelaria, but I don't know what kind of year he's had with the runners on third. Last year, fantastic, 36 out of 49. Runners almost 80% in, so contact hitter.
In the air to shallow right field. This will be interesting. Boggs tags and does not come, and it's a good thing for him. And the crowd salutes him with a roof, roof, roof.
Well, we saw Roop really not misplay balls last night because they would have been difficult catches. But here, as we said, a good defensive outfielder. Right here, you see the strong throw, and Rene Latchman sent him, as they call, a dead duck.
By 20 feet. Now Rice with 2 out. High, ball one, 1-0. Rice bounced out in the second inning. One and one. Rice, a model of consistency in so many areas, and that particular one, runners in scoring position, .337 average this season. And they throw the ball out. Crowd not happy about Bremigan's checking.
That really doesn't mean anything. On the flight out, we talked about traveling with some of the American League umpires, and I asked them, because Sutton does have this reputation, what is the ruling? They said if the ball is defaced and you throw it, they should warn you, which was not done, and then the next time you throw a defaced ball, you're out of the game. But I think Jim Rice just wanted to check and see if it was scuffed.
1-2. After that pitch, you should ask for the old ball back.
Exactly.
Rice should.
Well, he started Rice off with a high fastball, so then you figure, well, I'll look for a fastball because he's behind in the count, and he throws me a changeup, and then you figure, well, you've seen the changeup, maybe he'll come back with a fastball, and he throws you a great curveball. You don't know what to expect. You don't know how hard it's going to be thrown. You don't know if it's going to be inside or outside.
And it's hit right to Schofield. And the Sox strand Boggs at third. No score after 3.5. Cincinnati Bengals. Bengals vying for the AFC Central Championship Monday, 9 Eastern time. Spike Owen right there. Well, I suppose that is the front row, isn't it? Bottom of the fourth inning with Downing at the plate. In there for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Downing, Jackson, and DeSense in the bottom of the fourth. Roger Clemens with 6 strikeouts through 3. 0-2. Clemens, game one, as you can see, total of 85 pitches, and tonight less than half that figure through 3 innings.
Again, talking about the distinction between being a good pitcher and a great pitcher is, I guess, number one, having ability, but also being able to pitch. And that's the one thing that Roger Clemens has always been able to do, with the exception of that first game. Incredible year. Very rarely just goes out and throws the ball.
2-2.
And that's a pitch that has a purpose. A couple of breaking balls early in the count. You want to make Downing aware of the inside part of the plate. And you have a tendency to do that with a little chin music of about 95 miles per hour. Makes the breaking ball away more effective.
Just inside. 3-2 the count.
Well, Downing had one of those years with over 95 RBIs and 20 home runs, but he also had a personal best of 90 walks. So he makes you throw the ball over.
Downing backing away. 3-2 the count. Jackson on deck. Then to Sensei. Still 3-2. Thinking about that little chin music a moment ago as Downing asked for a new bat. You know, something that I think a lot of fans don't think about, especially if you haven't played baseball and on this level. When that ball comes in, not only is it visually in close to you, but that sound it makes, people don't think of that.
Well, people don't believe it, but in certain, I guess, atmospheric conditions or whatever, you can actually hear a thrown baseball. Maybe it's high humidity where you hear the seams, and of course the seams make the ball spin, and in part spin on the ball and makes it move and whatever. You talk about the a spitball save. You throw a ball, a spitter, without throwing the seams. It comes out without any spin. That's why it has a tendency to drop. But you can hear the baseball, especially at about 95 miles per hour. A little louder noise.
Grounded foul. I don't know how many fans would ever have that opportunity, because you wouldn't want to stand in there and have Clemens throwing up to the plate. But if you ever get a chance to, let's say, stand by a batting cage when somebody is maybe coming back off the disabled list and really wants to air it out, that sort of thing, you'd get a pretty good idea.
About a half a second to make up your mind if you're a hitter.
That's high for ball 4. So Downing is on. Leadoff man is on, and that's the first time that's happened in the game. And here is Jackson.
Again, we talked about the velocity, you know, and you get, I think, really you get caught up in this radar gun stuff of 95, 96, and whatever. I think the only time it really helps you if you have a pitcher, and Roger Clemens is not one of these, that loses stuff during a game. So you can't make quality pitches. He's throwing 90 early in the game, and all of a sudden it's down to 82. It gives you an indication. I would think tonight, it's an interesting thing about the Red Sox. They do not tell their pitchers how hard they throw. They keep a chart, but I was talking to Joe Sambino, they won't tell you. But if Roger Clemens on 3 days rest would drop 6 or 7 miles per hour late in the ball game, and I was John McNamara, I'd be a little bit concerned, because this did not happen with his normal rest. Radar gun also doesn't show movement, location, ability to put the ball in the corner. A lot of scouts say, well, it's one of the guidelines, but it's certainly not the only one. 2-1 on a breaking pitch. A little bit of a changeup. Said Clemens does have 4 pitches, and when he is right, can get them over. The leadoff walk was a 3-2 breaking ball, which normally you'd think when you have a good fastball, you'd throw something you've been getting over, but he has been getting all pitches over.
Milestone home run coming off Clemens here in May. To center field, deepest part of the park, but it stays in for Armas. And Reggie just misses. 1 down.
When you get a little bit older, the bat gets a little bit slower, and Clemens gets the ball in on him just enough that he can't get the bat head out.
Night games, Nebraska leading Oklahoma State. Bob Boone will want to know that Stanford leads Washington at the half 14-10. SMU 24, Baylor 14 in the second. And Georgia leads LSU at the half. Doug DeCinces singled in the second inning. Downing at first base, 1 away. DeCinces, we saw him muttering to himself last night. He's talking to himself. He's swinging too hard in his estimation. Trying to slow it down just a little bit.
I think we saw a conscious effort at that. The pitch he took to right field. Good breaking ball from Clemens. If you really are aggressive and you're pulling out your left shoulder, which is a cardinal sin for a right-handed batter, you end up grounding out, popping up. He just went the other way. So what he is trying to do is to wait. And when you wait, you try to hit the ball right back at the pitcher.
Check swing foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. No score. Bottom of the 4th in game 4. Angels on top of the series, 2-1. 5th game tomorrow, and it's early. And we'll be on the air with you at 2:30 with our pregame coverage, 2:30 Eastern time, 11:30 in the morning out here on the West Coast. And if a 6th game is necessary, it would be back to Boston Tuesday night. 1-1 the count. Again, when a guy goes down, the crowd will respond. The pitch not that close.
Well, Doug's first move is towards the plate, and again, it's easy for us to say up here that the pitch is really not that close. It's not as close as, say, you watched the game the other night, Nolan Ryan and Lenny Dykstra. Close enough to make you concerned.
Do you suppose somebody might be buying Dykstra dinner if he walked into a restaurant in New York tonight?
What an incredible finish to a game.
2-2. Certainly, Monsieur Dykstra, the Park View. Two and two the count. 1 out. Downing at first base in the bottom of the 4th inning. 0-0.
Go back to that Don Sutton phrase, you never know about the game of baseball. You anticipate that Strawberry could get you back in the game with 4-1 deficit with a 3-run shot, but trailing by 1 run is Lenny Dykstra, the guy who's going to hammer one over the right field fence to beat you. Matter of fact, when you go back to do some of the games that we did, Lenny was up there about 330, 340, and Bill Robinson, the batting coach, felt that the reason that his average slipped down into the 290s because he tried to hit home runs, and then when he probably didn't even try today, he hits one.
Toward the hole, backhanded by Owen, who goes to Barrett, and it gets by him.
There was no excuse for the throwing error by Spike Owen, but Gene Mauch looked like Owen broke to his left and has to come back. You won't see it here. Doesn't have to go a long way. From this angle, it's really a throw that Marty Barrett normally would handle. Not a good throw. Not where you want it. Take another look at another angle. Marty certainly knows you're not going to get a double play. But you like the ball right about at waist level.
And we'll get the scoring for you momentarily with runners at first and second and one out. Hendrick is at the plate. 0-1 the count. The error is charged to Owen. The runners at first and second. One down. And it's 0-2 on Hendrick. Gene Mock in the Angel dugout. Yep, he's back managing tonight in full view of things. Spending the latter two-thirds of the game last night in the runway.
He described last night's game as the best game I never saw.
Just off the plate. Red Sox having problems on the left side of the infield in this series. That's Owen's third error. Boggs has made two, and Spike has been throwing very tentatively.
Again, they got him for his glove. Only made 4 errors in 43 games during the regular season. I would say there's a little more pressure here. It's been telling.
Little chopper toward the middle. Here's Owen again. Steps on second, throws to first, and so he extricates himself with a 6-3 double play. And at the end of 4, still no score.
To sit down and play with a lineup and play with a pitching staff and win with it. Sometimes you're not going to have very good players, but I would like that challenge someday.
What if it meant going to the minor leagues, going to winter ball for a couple of seasons? Would you be willing to do that?
I wouldn't mind doing that at all. I don't have to start in the major leagues. I think Frank Robinson, I played for him 2 years down in winter ball. So you have to start somewhere, and some of the greatest players that play to manage down in the minor leagues and work their way up.
And it's Don Baylor who starts things for Boston as we go to the 5th inning. Baylor, Evans, and Gedman against Don Sutton in a scoreless 4th game. 0-1 the count. Baylor struck out in the 2nd inning. Sutton has struck out 2 through 4. He's given up 1 hit and a double by Boggs, who was stranded at third in the 4th inning. That's been the Sox' only threat. To deep left center field, and Pettis going back has room and a warning track out. So some long fly outs tonight. 1 gone. Evans coming up.
I would say there's a little more pressure here. It's been telling.
Little chopper toward the middle. Here's Owen again. Steps on second, throws to first, and so he extricates himself with a 6-3 double play. And at the end of 4, still no score.
To sit down and play with a lineup and play with a pitching staff and win with it. Sometimes you're not going to have very good players, but I would like that challenge someday.
What if it meant going to the minor leagues, going to winter ball for a couple of seasons? Would you be willing to do that?
I wouldn't mind doing that at all. I don't have to start in the major leagues. I think Frank Robinson, I played for him 2 years down in winter ball. So you have to start somewhere, and some of the greatest players that play to manage down in the minor leagues and work their way up.
And it's Don Baylor who starts things for Boston as we go to the 5th inning. Baylor, Evans, and Gedman against Don Sutton in a scoreless 4th game. 0-1 the count. Baylor struck out in the second inning. Sutton has struck out 2 through 4. He's given up 1 hit, that a double by Boggs, who was stranded at third in the 4th inning. That's been the Sox' only threat. To deep left center field, and Pettis going back has room and a warning track out. So some long fly outs tonight. 1 gone. Evans coming up. Evans popping out in the 2nd inning. Game moving briskly. No score in the 5th. Swing and a miss in the count 0-1. And Evans wants Graham again to take a look at the baseball.
And the reason he asked that, he went out to get that pitch, and it's what Wade Boggs said, that the ball just runs a little bit. And that bothers hitters. They wonder how a mere mortal, even though I think anybody that wins 310 games, and watch this. Watch the swing. The ball just sails a little bit. You see the grimace, and he's out in front. Really what Dwight Evans is saying, how does Sutton make the ball do that? I think a lot of people have wondered that over 21 years.
Popped up right side. Sutton just rolling along here as Hendrick makes the catch. 2 down and Gedman coming up. So Gene Mauch has had to put Hendrick into the game because of the absence of Joyner. Speaking of Mauch, and he's back in there tonight as Gedman stands in. I got to give the line of the night again to Scott Ostler of the LA Times. He was talking about last night. Remember when Moose Stubing and Rene Latchman took over? And Ostler writes today, Stubing and Latchman appear to be running the show, but Mauch's intensity level is so incredibly high, he could have been sending telepathic instructions through Moose's antlers. In there for a strike, 0-1. What a line. Last night it worked, whatever they were doing, the relay system, Mauch sending the instructions out. Gene could afford to laugh about it after the game. What was great is he was kidding Stubing, who of course was involved in the Grich episode the other day. He said he did a wonderful job waving Schofield and Pettis off after the homers. 1-2. Now time called as an object is loose on the warning track. A baby beach ball, I think. Yep. There was that monstrous one floating around the stands in Houston the other night. Still a ball and 2 strikes on Gedman. Angels getting great pitching in this series. Witt, and then McCaskill was done in by the elements and other things and errors the other day, but Candelaria came back, pitched very well last night, and Sutton turning in a gem thus far here. Two and he's being matched by Clemens, working on 3 days rest.
That's the interesting thing about both games tomorrow. Mike Scott for Houston coming back a day early against arrested Fernandez.
And Hurst coming back here with 3 days rest. The sensei in foul ground makes the catch. And Don Sutton has faced just 1 man over the minimum through 5. No score after 4.5. No score, and tomorrow Bruce Hurst and Mike Witt, 2:30 Eastern. Our coverage beginning 1:30 Central, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Game 4 tomorrow night in the National League Championship Series with the Mets ahead 2-1. Mike Scott tries to get the Astros even against Sid Fernandez with Keith Jackson and Tim McCarver bringing you the action tomorrow night from Shea Stadium. Schofield, Boone, and Pettis in the bottom of the 5th inning. Schofield struck out in the 2nd. Roger Clemens has 6 strikeouts. They came in the first 3 innings. On 1. Clemens not only talented, but you can tell a smart pitcher in the sense tonight early on he had talked about what he did wrong the other night, coming out and overthrowing and being a little hyper in a way. He settled down right at the beginning tonight, came out, has been in full control.
We talked a little bit about that the other night. I think that's the reason John McNamara left him in, to gain some confidence, to give him some work. Of course, he was criticized that it went up to 143 pitches. Maybe he could have taken him out an inning before, but so far it certainly doesn't look like it's affected him.
Good breaking pitch, 0-2. John McNamara, who is going with a 3-man rotation now. It'll be Hurst tomorrow. Then if he goes to a 6th game, it's Boyd again. And if we go to 7, which would be Wednesday night in Boston, Clemens again. And it would be Clemens against Candelaria in a 7th game, assuming the Angels stay in their current rotation. 1-2.
And then, of course, the question would be, can Clemens come back and pitch with 3 days rest twice in a row? Certainly hasn't affected him tonight.
There's a little irony here too with pitching pitchers on short rest. If, let's say, the Red Sox were to lose this series and Clemens lost tonight, then it's second guess through the winter. Some people would anyway, and they'd say, you know, McNamara should have given him 4 days rest. And it, of course, would mean that the Angels would go to the World Series and Mock would be there. And we detailed last night, the rap on Mock in '64 was that he brought his pitchers back down the stretch with just short notice. He had only 2, Jim Bunning and Chris Short. The 1-2 pitch is fouled away. And if you go back and you look at what happened to the Phillies in '64, one of the problems Mock had was that 2 other pitchers in his rotation, Ray Culp and Dennis Bennett, had sore arms, and the bullpen was lacking. So Gene has that ghost that he has to live with, and then I'm sure there would be some who would say, well, McNamara should have given him the extra day's rest.
Well, you can go back to '82. He brought Tommy John back a day early. He was criticized for that. Of course, there was extenuating circumstances there. Keeson had pitched a great game in Game 2, but had a blister. A lot of times as a manager, you have to make the decision based on the availability of your pitchers.
Well, that's the beauty of this game, and that's why we have a hot stove league, and I guess why we all love it so much. You go round and round. I would have done it this way. He should have done it that way. In there, called strike 3. And Schofield, a shy and retiring sort, has what for him would be a violent argument. 3 words.
A borderline pitch right about the belt. Pitch that you haven't really been getting, but again, if you looked at Nick Remington, the umpire, it's below his eyes, and a lot of times that's the guideline umpires will go with.
Boone hits it in the air to right center field, and Evans tells Armas he'll take it. 2 down. So Dwight Evans handles the soft fly ball by Boone. 2 gone quickly in the bottom of the 5th inning. And it brings up Gary Pettis, who singled in the 3rd.
Roger Clemens is the type of pitcher, Al, that is always going to throw a lot of pitches, mainly because he strikes out a lot of batters. So he doesn't get a lot of first pitch outs. Also a lot of foul balls. You have a lot of hitters trying to catch up, just barely getting the bat on the ball. 120 to 140 pitches is really not an extraordinarily large number of pitches for him to throw.
Strike. 0-1. Clemens born on the 4th of August in 1962. And Don Sutton started his pro career in 1965. And the two head-to-head tonight. The 0-1 pitch is whacked into left field, and Pettis has 3 hits off Clemens in the championship series. So Pettis at first base, and he's been gunned down twice trying to steal. Once last night, once tonight.
Take a look at the second hit. The first time a broken bat hit. That time a curveball a little bit up in the strike zone, and he just smacked it into left. The same pitch that Pettis hit for a base hit to score a run in the first game, but he pulled the ball. Once again, as we said, I think in the future when you're talking about the Angels, if Pettis can get on base, he's going to lead off. Lockton would rather have him hit first and ninth, where he hit a lot of the time this year. This is a situation where you can guarantee with 2 outs that Roger Clemens is going to pay attention to Pettis. He knows it's a situation you have your leadoff hitter at the plate anyway, the guy that you started the game with, so you know it's a definite running situation.
The other night, 143 was the total. 73 thus far in 4 2/3 innings. One and 0. Rupert with a Reggie grip. Jones exhibiting a lot of the same mannerisms as his idol when he was growing up, Reggie Jackson. Rupert from the Bay Area when Reggie was playing in Oakland. Stance, a lot of the facial expressions. Outside, 2-0. Goes good jump, fouled away, and the count 2-1. That might be his best jump thus far.
That's the problem with throwing over and maybe concentrating a little bit more on the base runner. That's why a lot of times it's a major distraction. Nice little look at Rupert. Looks a little bit like Reggie, doesn't he?
Well, when he first came up, he had all of the mannerisms. When he first came up with, well, I guess Kansas City before Seattle.
Oh, he didn't have his own. Well, I don't know if Reggie ever does that, but he didn't have his own identity then. Must-travel player, as you chronicled, but has some good physical skills.
3-1 now. 2 out. Pettis at first base, bottom of the 5th inning with no score. On the leadoff hitter with Bobby Grich on deck. Pettis doesn't go, and it's high, and runners are at first and second. So the Angels threaten here with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th inning, and it's Bobby Grich who has twice struck out. in the fourth inning with 2 men on, but Hendrick get into a double play. Owen extricating himself from the dilemma that he created with an error. And now Clemens trying to work out of this jam. In there for a strike on a breaking pitch, 0-1.
One of those backdoor sliders that you give up on as a hitter, and it just catches the inside of part of the plate. And what they're trying to do is run the ball up and in on Bobby, which has had some tremendous home run years, 81, 22. Strike year, tied for the Major League lead, or at least the American League lead. Another year with 30 home runs. A thumb injury early in the year. He slowed his bat down a little bit, 37 years of age. Talked about this early on, that maybe his last year as an active player. Again, Mock feels he's a better man than Rob Wilfong, who, as you said, has been in an extended slump. Because Clemens will put you in another slump.
And with Barrett sneaking in and Pettis going, it's fouled away. And somebody missed the signal that time as Barrett was at second base as the pitch was being delivered by Clemens. So the whole right side of the infield was open.
It's not what you want to have happen, but what happens is that when you get 2 strikes on the hitter, you sometimes concentrate so much on getting him out, and with 2 outs, really, that ends the inning, that you aren't aware of pickoff signs, other things that are going on, things that you would be looking for with nobody out or 1 out.
They got away with one there, did the Red Sox. And the 0-2 pitch is a broken bat bouncer, fielded by Owen and juggled, but he throws and gets him after Clemens tried to kick it. And at the end of 5, no score.
This should be a great game.
Yeah, I love the baseball playoffs.
Yeah, the guys are cute.
Carol, there's much more to baseball than just guys in tight uniforms.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Yes, it's a thinking man's game. Concentration, percentages, strategy.
Right. It's like the great Yogi Berra once said, 50% of the game is 90% mental. Come on, I didn't say it. He did.
Growing Pains will be back in action Tuesday after Who's the Boss?
University of Cincinnati professors and administrators are facing a multiple-choice test with no mutual answers yet on the length and wages of a new contract. That story and all the news after the game.
For more low prices and Best Buy specials that really save you money, come to Thriftway 24 hours a day, every day.
There's only one thing worse than undercooked roast beef, and that's overcooked roast beef. That's why Hardee's uses a meat thermometer to make sure every roast beef sandwich is tender and juicy. Taste one now. Get a big roast beef for only 99 cents. Finding a better deal would be tough. No matter how you slice it, the hot roast beef sandwich from Hardee's.
Managing money is important, and Eyewitness 12 News wants to help make it easier. Sunday nights at 11, financial expert Jane Mary McEnroe gives us tips from playing the stock market to choosing the right investment for retirement. Financial expert, Sundays at 11 on Eyewitness 12 News. They get involved. You're watching WKRC-TV, Channel 12.
Well, as we come back to the 6th inning, Don Sutton's pitching a gem so far. No score. He has a pitch limit, but he's only thrown 54 pitches through 5. So Mock may let him run out the string a little bit longer than normal tonight.
I would think so. Again, I think it really depends. They just watch him, and at that age, and really after, as we said, 5,000 innings, a lot of times you can go, particularly as you take a look at the last out of last inning. Clemens sprawled on the mound trying to deflect the ball with his foot. Play that really could have backfired. Spike Owen with the pickup and eventually the out. I really think they'll just watch him, and again, a lot of managers just to say, well, some nights at 75 he might be throwing a lot better than others. I think they'll just watch the reaction of the hitter and really his command of his pitches, which have been excellent so far.
He faces Armas here in the 6th inning. 0-1 the count. Armas, Owen, and Boggs. Sutton has allowed just 1 base runner. He gave up a double to Boggs in the 4th inning. Boggs was sacrificed. Then Buckner flied to right, and Boggs not tagging, and it was a good thing for him because Jones threw a strike to the plate, and then Rice lined out to Schofield. And that's been the Sox' only threat.
Well, Gene Mauch is the type of manager that number one has with his older pitchers a signal. If you're in trouble, if you're getting a little bit tired, give it to me. Certainly don't know what that signal is. And also Bob Boone is going to talk to him about it.
Fouled away. And also knowing Sutton, the kind of guy he is, and the stakes here, he'd be the type of guy that would know exactly when and not try to fool his manager. As you see, the oldest starting pitcher to win a game. Early win back in '59 over Cleveland Alexander, Sal Magley, Tommy John. That's a postseason game. 41 years old is Don. 2-2.
If you wonder why Don Sutton is pitching closely to Tony Armas, 389 with 2 home runs, lifetime. He knows what he can do.
Line into center field for a base hit. So Armas, who's been real cold, he was 1 for 12 and strokes that one into center field, and Spike Owen comes to the plate.
As we talked about, not a great home run year for Tony, but great strength. He just takes the ball really up and away that a lot of hitters wouldn't get to, and just rams it into center field.
Spike Owen, who figures to bunt, and the Angels will align themselves in that posture defensively. The Sensei charging in as Owen lets it go by low, ball 1. Owen this season with 9 sacrifices. Toward first and fielded by Hendrick, who throws and gets him. The kind of ball that may or may not go foul, but you can't take a chance at that point. Hendrick kind of commit himself and gets the out.
Also, this early in the game, even though it is the 6th inning, you want the out. You'll take the out. You know, Boggs is coming up. So George does. In an unfamiliar position, but a good throw. A lot easier if you're a left-handed first baseman. Throwing really to the inside part of the bag.
So Armas is now at second. And Boggs, who is 1 for 2, looks at a strike. Ground ball to the right side, and all that will do is advance the runner, but the Angels have gotten the second out. On the play, Armas is now at third, so for the second time in the game, the Red Sox have a man at third base, 2 down, and it brings up Marty Barrett, who has grounded out and sacrificed.
Well, that's what makes Don Sutton so unpredictable. First time up, he throws some curveballs, he hits a ground ball for an out. Next time he throws him a curveball, he hangs it, he hits a double. And if you're Wade Boggs, you got to figure, I'm going up to home plate, I just hit a double off a curveball, he won't throw me another curveball. And he throws him 2 in a row, and you get a grounder. The veteran pitcher knowing what he can do, maybe why Boggs got to hit the second time, and just saying, well, I can't throw him any curveballs because he got a hit. If he was belt high, he should have hit it. That time he made good pitches, he got an out.
1-0 the count on Barrett.
And the leading hitter for the Red Sox, not only during the playoffs, but during the regular season, over 38% of the times being able to drive in runners. And all the hits he's gotten have been on fastballs in this series. Get the breaking ball over, they've been successful.
2-0, John McNamara. Armas at third, 2 down. Barrett taking all the way, and Barrett wants to look at the ball. Initially, it's funny, he signaled, take a look at the ball, then he said, no, no, no. Funny little sequence there. He looked
I think
back.
it's also something you accept. If you let that bother you, I mean, again, this we've talked about, they say this gentleman you're looking at right here scuffs the ball, but you can't let it bother and be a distraction.
But I don't know that I've ever seen a guy say, take a look at the ball and then wave it off.
I think what he's saying is, I know it's going to run a little bit. Don Sutton's fastball did that. I pitched against him the last game of 1982, a game that if we won, we would have, I guess, gone to the playoffs. Or would have had a tie with Milwaukee. And he totally erased the first name of Lee McPhail on the baseball.
And Barrett draws the walk. And that's not what Sutton had in mind, because he walks Barrett to get to the left-hand batting Buckner, who has twice flied out. And Buckner now a feeble 1 for 15 in this series. He finished the season cold as well. He was 6 for his last 35 as the regular season wound down.
Career high of 18 home runs, but hasn't hit a home run since September 14th. So he hasn't been hitting well. No doubt will tell you that he hasn't seen the ball well.
In there for a strike. And so the two teammates who came up with the Dodgers so long ago facing each other in a key situation here in Game 4. 6th inning, scoreless, with Armas at third and Barrett at first. Tony away to his lead. Barrett held on by Hendricks. Ripped down the line in right field. Fair ball. The Red Sox take the lead. Jones plays the carom. Armas has scored. Barrett will be held at third on a double by the overdue Buckner.
He had a good pitch. You won't see it from this angle, but the Sun gets the ball up and in. Matter of a hitter being better than the pitcher, and this is where a great play by Rupert Jones saves him a run. Last night, really misplayed 2 balls that he might have been able to catch. Once again, well, Buckner really a low ball hitter. Inside part of the plate, gets the bat head out, just hooks it down the line. And again, Jones with a great play in the corner saves him a run. Barrett would have scored easily the second run.
Jim Rice is at the plate and fouls it away, and the count is 0-1. Now, with first base open, Sutton has to determine in his own mind, is it Rice or is it Baylor that he'd rather work to?
A difference of 90 points during the regular season in batting average. Jim Rice at 324, Don Baylor 234.
1-1, and in the Angel pen, Gary Lucas begins to throw.
Of course, what that says to Don Sutton, who's no doubt aware that somebody's up, is that the next 3 right-handed hitters, Rice, Baylor, and Evans, they're mine. And you have Gedman, a left-hander, and that's why Lucas is up.
The 1-1 pitch. Missing, ball 2. 2-1 the count. Red Sox on top, 1-0. 2 out with Barrett now at third and Buckner at second. And it's 3-1. So he's pitching as if, as Mock watches from the dugout, he's pitching as if he'd rather work on Baylor.
Well, Baylor had a year where 31 home runs, but only hit 207 with runners in scoring position. So if you're a computer type of manager.
And he's going to wind up getting him on a 3-1 pitch anyway as Rice bounces out to Schofield. So the Red Sox settle for 1, but have the lead at the end of 5.5 in Game 4.
IBM presents You Make the Call. A catcher fails in his attempt to throw out a base runner stealing third, but a closer look shows that he was interfered with by the umpire's leg. Does the stolen base stand? You make the call.
Game 4, Boston leading California 1-0. Angels leading in the series 2-1. And Brian Downing, Reggie Jackson, and Doug DeCinces come up against Clemens in the bottom of the 6th. And again, for late tuners in, Wally Joyner hospitalized with a bacterial infection. Out of tonight's game, questionable for tomorrow. And as we said before, probable if we go back to Boston. In for a strike. And the count 1-1 on Downing. Roger Clemens, a masterful 5 innings, allowing 3 hits. Though Clemens has pitched so many superb games this year, he has pitched several better 5-inning outings. Tonight he's given up 3 hits, and he's walked 3. Still not bad for mere mortals.
He's a mere mortal. It's only because of 3 days of rest, and doing a great job so far.
Boggs falls, has it. 1 down, and up comes Reggie Jackson. In the dugout, Bruce Hurst, who will be pitching tomorrow on 3 days rest. He went all the way. Spun a nifty 11-hitter and won it by a score of 9-2. Reggie Jackson. Well, I was thinking last night with Reggie's and that slide dive and all the things he has done at the age of 40 and always worth 1,000 columns a year. Perhaps the most compelling athlete in the United States. Still, he's the kind of guy that, you know, you sit at home and if the baseball game is background music and you're reading the paper, you tend to just take a peek over the top of the page when you hear Reggie's at the plate. One and oh. And it never ends with Reggie. His career, of course, well chronicled and more to come. Here he is in October and the mystery about where he'll be next year. 2-0 the count.
I was reading one of the papers, and one of the sports fans in the local area wrote in and he said, what a lucky player Reggie has been to play with all those winners over the years, as if he didn't have anything to do with it. The 548 home runs didn't contribute anything.
That letter may have been written in a whimsical sense. Hit down the line in left field and back out of play. And the count is 2-1.
I really believe it was, but if you go back to the, well, even a team that in the 71 playoffs we beat, but 72, 73, 74 world champions. Lost in the playoffs in 75 to the Red Sox. Then he went to the Yankees, or went to the Orioles in the next couple of years, the Yankees in the World Series every year. Great timing.
3-1 the count on Reggie. 1 out, bases empty. Clemens working on Jackson. Roger has walked 3. Struck out 7. Three and 2. Took just enough off it. But the way Reggie looked at Clemens, it was almost an acknowledgement of good pitch.
Well, not only that, he said, how can you possibly do that? 3-1, I'm looking for a fastball, and you throw me a little bit of a slider.
Like a tip of the cap with that little nod out toward Clemens. And ripped on the ground. Great stop by Owen. Comes up and gets him. And Spike, who's had so many little problems, gets that needed confidence booster right there, and he loves it.
They obviously must have steamed the banner. Again, they got him to make the routine play, and that's been the play that's bothered him. Spectacular play, this one is, certainly. To his left with a dive. Again, knowing that Reggie does not run as well as he used to, even though he does have pretty good speed, comes up and makes the throw. think a factor of what you were talking about, 3 walks, is that in a 1-0 game, and we go back to the fact that the Red Sox have supported Clemens so well this year with over 6 runs a game for an average, is that you have a tendency maybe to walk 1 or 2 more guys in a close game because you have to pitch a little bit more carefully. With a 6-run lead or a 4-run lead, you go after them. Still want to throw strikes, but one pitch can really change the complexion of a 1-run ball game.
Clemens, who has set down the first 2 men here in the bottom of the 6th inning, has handled a 1-1-2-3 inning tonight, and that was the first when he struck Jones and Grich out and then got Downing on a comebacker. 2 out, bases empty, last of the 6th, 1-0 Red Sox. Two and 1. To right center field, Armas says he has it, and he ain't lying. 3 up and 3 down. We've played 6 in game 4, 1-0 Boston. Asked him what he would like to be doing next year.
Well, I don't know yet. What I'd like to do is get this the heck over with on a positive note and spend all winter figuring that out. I think too much has been written already about those of us who don't have contracts for next year, because realistically we have contracts for this year and we're still playing this year, and next year's going to come with or without us.
I get a feeling he'll be pitching next year.
Well, he's always said that, of course, 300 wins, which he attained this year, started out the season with 295, now 310 by winning 15 games, has always been something that he's looked at when I guess the previous season has ended and he's looking forward to a goal. So he's done the 310. I think he still wants to win a lot more baseball games. 300 obviously wasn't just a number he wanted to.
Baylor hits one down the line in left field and in for a base hit, at least 1 and maybe 2, and he's on his way to second, and the throw is not in time. So Don Baylor on a half swing double down the line starts the 7th inning for the Red Sox.
An excuse me double. You can see it here, but it's just high curveball and checks his swing. And I guess you're strong enough you can fight a pitch off and over the third baseman's head. Bobby Grich with the late throw. Baylor into second with a double.
And now Evans comes to the plate. Evans checking with Latchman at third for the sign. With a man at second and nobody out, Evans has popped out twice. Strike. Sutton tonight has walked 1, struck out 2. So much is said about Clemens and all of those strikeouts. You know, you forget Sutton's been around so long. He is 6th on the all-time list. Nolan Ryan, Steve Carlton, Gaylord Perry, Tom Seaver, Walter Johnson, the only men in front of him. Hit foul down the line on the count 0-2. I'll say one thing. I mean, when Sutton won his 300th earlier this year, and some people were saying, well, he doesn't have Hall of Fame credentials. You got to be kidding. Guy wins 300 games? Of course, he's a lock cinch.
Of course, a lot of the skeptics said that's the only reason he's still pitching to win the 300 games, especially when he got off to a bad start.
High in the air to deep left center field, but playable. Downing is there, looks toward Pettis and makes the catch. Baylor tags, and Downing's throw is not there in time. So Brian Downing making the catch, and Baylor alertly tagging and coming over.
It really is an alert play, because normally you go halfway unless you know the ball is going to be caught, and unless you know you can make it. Baylor tagging all the way. I've said many times, does not have the speed as he did early in his career.
And he gets in there as Latchman goes to the mound now. This is the pitching coach, Renee's brother, Marcel Latchman, and he's going to go to the bullpen with a left-hand batting Gedman. That means they'll go to the bullpen, I presume, for Lucas, who will has been up and throwing with Boston on top 1-0 in the 7th. We'll be right back.
Today's real estate investments come in all shapes and sizes, but the tax laws have changed, and shaping your real estate investments.
Bullpen now for the California Angels to face Gedman, and with a right-hand batting Armas on deck, it's possible that Lucas is in to face just one man. We'll have to wait and see. In the bullpen, they have Vern Rule throwing. And so Lucas, who was picked up from Montreal in an off-season transaction and battled his way back from a back injury and cortisone treatments, comes out of the pen to try to keep the Angels close. They trail 1-0. Baylor at third, 1 out. Infield plays in. And Gedman looks at a strike and doesn't like the call.
Lucas does not walk many batters. 45 innings, only 6 walks, 31 strikeouts. So he knows that this is the batter he has to get out. And if you go back to last night's game, who was one of the toughest hitters off Candelaria, who was overpowering, was Gedman with 2 singles.
0-2.
And with the infield in, sharp hit ball through the infield will score a run, a fly ball. The big question, will Lucas give him a pitch that he can lift? Sinker, slider. Set-up man in Montreal last year for Jeff Reardon. Yeah, not overpowering. A lot like Candelaria, doesn't throw as hard, but extremely tall at about 6'6". Long arms, deceiving motion.
Just inside again. The Angels get another left-hander up along with the righty Rule, and that would be Chuck Finley. Two to Gedman. Got him.
A little split finger fastball. Just down in the strike zone. Rich swings right over it. Quality pitch when you had to make it.
And now Latchman goes to the mound. And again, it is Marcel, the pitching coach, who, along with Mock on occasion, makes the changes. And he wants the righty. So we'll see Rule to face Armas when we come back.
Game 3, NLCS, Houston.
This ABC Sports exclusive is being brought to you by Coors and Coors Light. Beers with a difference worth tasting.
Sutton still on the bench, having gone 6 1/3 tonight. And giving up the 1 run, though the man on base right now is also his responsibility. So if Baylor were to score, he'd be charged with 2. And Vern Rule comes in to face Tony Armas with 2 down. Baylor at third base. Vern Rule, who played for Cleveland last year. He's been in the big leagues a long time, but he was released, wound up signing a minor league contract with San Jose, the Bees of the California League, then eventually went to Edmonton, the Angels AAA farm club, came up to the big club, and then there was some question as to whether or not it would be Rule or Terry Forrester who would be the last pitcher named on the playoff roster as Armas fouls it away, and Rule won the job on the strength of a very good performance in the final series of the season, a relief outing in Texas.
Also gives Gene Locke another right-hander out there. Thinking about your pitching staff, Fenway Park, do you want more left-handers or more right-handers?
In the air to left center field, and Pettis is there and makes the catch. And so the Red Sox strand a man at third, and at the end of 6 1/2, still 1-0, Boston.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
Sunday on Business World, corporate reader Carl.
This series is the day game tomorrow, with our coverage commencing at 2:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 in the morning out here. And then Game 4 in the National League tomorrow. Astros and Mets at 8 Eastern Time. Scott working for Houston. Now, in college football, night games. Nebraska leading Oklahoma State by 20. Fourth quarter, Washington leading Stanford by 3. SMU in front of Baylor, and LSU has the lead over the Bulldogs. The umpires at the mound with Roger Clemens. It could be something to do with the mound itself and some landscaping work, and I think we appear to be waiting for a member of the ground crew to come out.
They're going to bring a tamper out, and again, a lot of times in ball games, didn't appear to be any problem. This is a very good man as you take a look at the new center fielder for the Red Sox. The man acquired along with Spike Owen from the Mariners.
So we wait for the tamper, or the tamping device, whatever it's called. Miami
won, 7 earned. Much more success tonight.
First baseman, but a tight one, 1-0. The only run coming in the top of the 6th inning. Tony Armas a base hit. Spike Owens sacrificed him, and then Bill Buckner brought him in with a double, a 2-out double to right. So it's Hendricks, Schofield, and Boone, 6, 7, and 8. Late swing and a miss, 0-1. Hendrick is grounded out and grounded into a double play.
Pitch was a perfect example of what Gene Mauch says that is the success formula for Roger Clemens. He shows you enough of low fastballs to get you to swing at the high one. Again, incredible control. Back to that 20 strikeout game. No walks, only 4 hits over 9 innings.
And he's just broken another bat as Hendrick has to go back for a new one. And the crowd roaring because a wave has built. He reaches for it, grounds it down to short. Spike Owen throws him out. There's one away. One gone, and we'll take a look at Schofield. And the Angels limited to 3 hits tonight. DeCinces a single to right in the 2nd. Pettis single to left in the 3rd. Then Pettis again to left. So all 3 hits off Clemens have been to the opposite field. Clemens, victimizing Schofield twice, has struck out 7. 0-1. Interesting to note, isn't it? With all of the things he did this year, just 1 shutout.
Well, he had another 9-inning game that he didn't give up any runs in. Game he got a no decision in.
The short takes a nice convenient, though erratic hop to Owen. 2 down.
Again, of course, it shows the consistency that he had. A lot of times a pitcher will have a year where a fairly low ERA, but there'll be a lot of peaks and valleys. Roger just consistently got his earned run average right around what it ended at, which is 2.48. And consider that he did that in Fenway Park.
Boone hits it into right field, base hit. Juggled, knocked down by Evans, but Boone, after taking the turn, wisely holds it first. And so Boone, saluted by the chorus of Boone, is at first base with 2 down, and Pettis is the batter.
You talked about all 3 hits. Now the 4th being the opposite field. Really the only way you can hit Roger Clemens tonight. Bob Boone, not a productive home run hitter. Average slipped from 248 last year to 222. A lot of that's attributed to a sprained ankle early in the season, but he knows you can't take that pitch and try to pull it, so he just hit it the other way.
Gary Pettis. Pettis now with 4 hits off Clemens in the 2 games. 2 the other night, 2 tonight. Looks at a strike, and the count is 0-1. Big stars last night was Pettis with a home run.
That home run was on a changeup. Right here, Roger Clemens, 1 strike, comes back, just as Gedman said, on the outside corner. Questionable pitch, but the 2 home runs that Pettis hit off the can this year, talking about oil can Boyd, were both changeups, so he didn't learn from his mistakes. Very unlikely that he will go out and pull a fastball away.
Got him looking. And Clemens comes off the mound like oil can. 1-0, end of 7.
The intensity in the playoffs. Rogers not too happy, is he?
8 strikeouts, and the most important one to this point. Here's Owen. Spike, Boggs, and Barrett come up in the top of the 8th inning against Vern Rule. In for a strike, and the count 0-1. Hamilton setting up the only run in the game with his bunt that moved Armas along. Hendrick didn't know what to do. And Hendrick's inexperience at first base is the problem right there. George should have had it. It's his play, and it's a pretty easy play for a 3-1 out. But he started, and he stopped, and he started again, and then he was gone.
Again, hasn't played there very much. Oh, should I take it? No, you take it, Bobby. Let's let Rupert have it out in right field. 5 or 6 run game, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of difference.
It's a base hit for Owen, who's at first base with nobody out, and Boggs is the batter. Boggs is 1 for 3. Strike. 0-1.
See the huge hole between first and second, but if there's any left-hander that really doesn't take advantage of that hole that often. You see an attempted sacrifice, and it's a pretty good illustration of what John McNamara is saying. He talked about Spike Owen with the bunt, get the first run. The way Roger Clemens is pitching, pretty good indication, I would think, that they're going to just get another run, try to add to that. Throwing so well, that should suffice. Unusual for Boggs, the way he can handle the bat, to give himself up. But he's not a pull hitter, doesn't take advantages. Usually uses the second base over.
Ooh, off his foot. To go with his slightly torn hamstring. 0-2.
The problem really doesn't happen to Wade very often, because he usually goes the other way. Here, maybe trying to take advantage of that hole. It's on top of the ball, hits it right down on his right instep.
Owen at first base and nobody out in the 8th inning. Red Sox on top 1-0 as Boston tries to square the series.
Such a good 2-strike hitter, doesn't expand the strike zone very often. Last year, as we said, often 240 hits, 124 with 2 strikes, 390 average. So doesn't really mind being in this situation.
Rich drops it, recovers, throws, still gets it. Bobby ranging, and again you saw where he was positioned initially, so he had a pretty long way to go for that one. And the ball stayed down on him, too.
He's not thinking double play, but he is thinking get the lead runner. Right here, he's going to make a nice pickup and a pivot. The ball comes up. Only a quick throw right here gets Boggs. They get a runner in scoring position.
Boggs angry, taking one off his foot. He's having a difficult series. The numbers aren't that bad. He's 4 for 15. But I guess when you're Boggs, they're that bad. Gets by Boone, and advancing to third is Owen.
See the disgust on Bob Boone's face. If this ball doesn't bounce out as far as it does, he would smother it. But well out in front of home plate. With reverse spin, comes back, stays down, goes right through his legs.
Scored a wild pitch, and as you know, the general rule of thumb there, in the dirt, wild pitch. Marty's wife. 1 out, Owen at third. Infield has to play in, and the 1-0 pitch is a strike, and the count is 1-1. Barrett is a great bunter. Buckner is on deck. So the squeeze is not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, also in the realm of possibility is the pitch out. You do that, you take a chance that maybe that is the pitch they're going on.
Whacked into center, base hit. And so Barrett, with his 8th hit of the playoffs, has given Boston a 2-0 advantage. First baseman, Bill Buckner. 2-0, and now as we look back to the 6th inning, as Buckner gets ready to come in, a look back at the only other run of the game. Coming on this double down the line in right field that scored Tony Armas and made it 1-0. And as Buckner gets ready to come up here, Marcel Latchman has gone to the mound again, and they have the lefty Chuck Finley throwing in the bullpen. Tanner is coming in. It's 2-0 Boston in the top of the 8th inning. Lean on me. And in all probability, that being Billy Buckner with 1 out. Barrett at first base. Finley in only his 2nd professional season. Hendrick holding Barrett on. And again, Barrett, the only Bostonian in double figures in steals this season. Strike. Isn't it ironic, too, with Chuck Finley on the mound? Reggie Jackson, I'm sure, thought he had seen the last of Charlie Finley.
Very ironic.
Yes, and now he's his teammate.
Yeah, well, this Charlie Finley throws a lot better than the other one.
Depends what's being thrown. That one winds up at the backstop, getting by Boone again. And down to second base goes Barrett.
And Finley does have a live arm. You don't see this happen very often to Bob Boone. It's a loss of concentration, movement of the ball, but normally a ball that he handles very easily, and he failed to do that.
And a pass ball.
Well, it should have been.
And was.
The reason Finley was brought to the major leagues is an outstanding arm. He came up with a curveball, which has given him another pitch. Done a good job for him.
1-2. Marty Barrett with 8 hits in the series thus far, and doing a nice job at second base. The playoff record for most hits in an LCS would be Chris Chambliss and Fred Lynn at 11. Those are the days, of course, when this series was a best of 5, so you have a couple of more opportunities. But here we are in Game 4, and Barrett already with 8 hits. Sharply to Grich, and it caroms away out into right field. Laxman waves Barrett home. Buckner will take advantage by going to second. Rich's throw gets by Schofield and is backed up by the Sensei. So it's 3-0. And this is helping to illustrate one of the shortcomings of sorts of the Angels. They had the closer, Donnie Moore, but in the midst of it all, and again, this is really not Finley's fault in the sense it's simply Grich's error, the middle and setup men are somewhat questionable.
Well, again, Bobby Grich does not make a whole lot of errors. We saw one in the second game. Makes a mental error there, I think, in his haste to maybe undo the error that he first committed if he lets Jones, who's coming in on the ball. You'll see the right here, Bobby hustles out. But Jones coming the other way, if he picks up the ball, he's easily out at second base. Bobby has to turn around, makes an errant throw. Doesn't go as an error, but allows Buckner to get into second.
And Mox going to the pen again. I believe it was Corbett who was throwing. Bullpen going with a pass ball in the inning, and his alma mater Stanford has just lost to Washington by 10. SMU 27-14 over Baylor. Fourth quarter, LSU leads Georgia. They work now on Boggs, who took a foul ball off his right foot. Ethyl chloride being applied.
I have no idea how painful that is. That's one of those injuries that will, it hurts immensely now, will hurt even more tomorrow in most cases.
Corbett to face Rice.
Well, the last time that we had this confrontation, the ball went in the Boston bullpen. 2-run home run in Game 2 by Jim Rice.
And that was the finishing touch on a 9-2 victory. 3-0 Red Sox. Buckner at second base. And the count is 0-2. 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for the Sox. No runs, 4 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. Rice 0 for 3 tonight. So Jim kind of struggling in the series at 3 for 15. Had a double last night on the drive to right center. The Sensei has it go through him. This is looking like Wednesday revisited. You've had a pass ball. You've had Hendricks foul paw in the inning. You've had Grich's error. And now what I assume will be an error on the Sensei.
Well, this ball stays down and Doug doesn't. It's a lot easier to come up. You want to stay beneath the ball. Doug, you see with the hands just up a little bit, expecting the ball to come up. The ball stays down, and another ball between the legs.
Now Baylor with the infield at double play depth. Baylor 1 for 3 tonight. One and 0 the count. Angels have the top of their order coming up. Jones, Grich, Downing in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3-0 Boston in Game 4. Red Sox try to square the series at 2 apiece. 1-1. 2-2.
We said in the second game, Corbett was one of the best records of throwing ground balls, 3 ground balls every fly ball, even though Rice did hit the home run. Still do have the double play in order. Baylor hits the ball hard. A grounder will get the Angels out of the inning. It's hit hard enough.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Interesting thing about fate. Sometimes last year, if you go back to look at Doug Corbett, had a chance to pitch here with the Angels, did not get a save for the first time in his career. This year, Donnie Moore having a shoulder injury, Corbett had 10 saves, so at times he's done the job for him.
2-2 on Baylor. Corbett had one tremendous season in Minnesota. 1980, 1.99 ERA, 23 saves. And it's popped foul back of third and out of DeCince's range. 2-2 the count. Corbett, one of those guys, he may be the last of a dying breed in the sense that he was one of those guys that got a gigantic contract based in good part on that one terrific year. And with the economics of baseball the way they are these days, you may not see that for a while.
Looking at Roger Clemens, who has been sitting on the bench a long time. Of course, I always thought it was a good trade-off. I'll sit there as long as they want to keep scoring runs.
Down goes Baylor. So 2 down, and Dwight Evans coming up.
I talked about the ground balls. That's because of the sinker. Another one right there. You see the bottom of the ball just drop out. Donnie right over the top of it. Not much you could do with that pitch. And if you do hit it, the rotation of the ball going down like that, it's usually a ground ball. Have to make Corbett bring the ball up. You want good pitches to hit.
Evans takes high, ball 1. 1-0 the count. Nothing Red Sox. 2 on, 2 out, top of the 8th inning. Two 2-0 the count. Recognize that man? Number 41, Tom Seaver. He is eligible, or could become eligible, to pitch in the World Series if the Sox get that far, and if the knee responds. 3-0.
Interesting talk with Arthur Pappas, who's the physician for the Red Sox, and you hear conflicting reports. People are saying this bothered Seaver for the last couple of months. It's really something just happened in the last couple of weeks.
As Evans draws the walk, and that loads him up.
Little ligament strain on the outside of his right knee, one that he pushes off with. We're worried about causing cartilage problems. Tom has indicated that he'd like to pitch again next year. Hasn't had a great year record-wise, but came in 5-7 for the Red Sox, 7-13 totally on the year.
Bases loaded. Gedman is at the plate. Rich 0 for 3 tonight. Outside, ball 1. 1-0. So Gedman up here with the score 3-0. For Gedman, he's had a good season with the Red Sox, but boy, it's been a terribly emotional one for him. His father, his nephew, his half-sister, all dying during the season. And just in visiting with him the other day, it was Rich who said, hey, listen, if you can, just thank everybody in New England, around the country, in fact, who send him letters, send him notes, their condolences and the rest. He wants you to know it's been a lot. Gedman, who has had 2 grand slammers this season. And the pitch just missing. 2-1. and he hit one here off Vern Rule.
Talked about all the ground balls that Doug Corbett throws. He also had the distinction, I think in August, 5 straight games of throwing home runs. In between all those grounders, there have been some blasts.
Toward Grich, over to Schofield, and the inning is over. But Hendricks' mistake, the 2 errors, the pass ball, and a 3-0 Boston lead. Spike Owens sacrificed, and a 2-out double by Bill Buckner made the score 1-0 Boston. Then in the 8th, the single by Owen when Hendrick at first base showed his lack of experience at that position. Boggs grounding out. The wild pitch sent Owen to third. Marty Barrett with the infield playing in ripped one to center to make it 2-0. Went to second on the fastball. And the error by Grich allowed Barrett to score, and the Red Sox are on top by a score of 3-0, which is a pretty good feeling when Roger Clemens is on the mound and throwing the way he is. If you're a Boston fan. Not so good if you're in Anaheim tonight.
Well, you would think so. Again, the long inning, that can take some toll. A little bit cool out here, not coolish as it was in New England. If you go back to last night, I think something that might be very instrumental is Calvin Schiraldi, who's been their stopper down the stretch, had a chance to pitch an inning. Didn't have a real easy inning. It was one walk, but had a chance to acclimate himself to playoff conditions. Let's take a look at Gene Mauch.
So, bottom of the 8th inning, Jones is at the plate. Ripped down the line, hooking and staying fair and bouncing into the seats for a double. And that's the first extra base hit for the Angels tonight and the first hit that they've pulled.
Again, that might be telling you something. Been on the bench for a while. Fastball away. No doubt Jones was looking for that. Clemens has had a good one all night. You see the ball just barely fair. Leaves his imprint on the warning track as it bounces into the stands for a ground rule double.
Left its imprint on some fan's palm as well.
Back it goes. I'm sure John McNamara, as Rich Gedman goes out to the mound, and this is one of the older stalling tactics, trying to give your bullpen a little bit of time. The pitch total has not been that high, but again, as we've said many times tonight, only 3 days of rest hasn't done this. And you do have a guy that's had an exceptional end of season. Talking about Calvin Schiraldi.
That sign, "These are our innings," has almost become a popular phrase around here. The Angels pulling off several late inning dramatics during the regular season. And a good part of the crowd standing in the bottom of the 8th inning to try to get things going. One and go the count. In there, 1-1. Miles an hour for Clemens, so his velocity right there all night. upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Grich. Downing follows Grich, and then Jackson. There's Jones at second base. Nobody out. 3-0 Boston, bottom of the 8th. Again, the other night, 143, and he came out of the game in the 8th inning.
Again, there's so many managers. What Gene Mauch said about Mike Witt, who we'll see tomorrow, who won 18 games. It's very hard to relieve somebody after they've had such an incredible year. And there are issues to think about. If it does go 7, he'll be coming back again with 3 days rest. These are all decisions that McNamara is the one that has to make.
Full count, 3-2. Clemens has walked 3, struck out 8. To center field, but right there is Henderson for the catch, and Jones elects to stay at second. No sense chancing it down by 3 runs. 1 gone, and Downing comes up, but Grich hit the ball hard.
All night long, he's been able to ride the ball up in the strike zone there. Probably took a little bit off just to throw a strike. Do not want to put the tying run at the plate. Don't want to walk Bobby Grich so you can make him hit it. Did hit the ball hard, but right at Henderson in center.
Now Downing with Reggie Jackson knowing full well if Downing gets on, he'd be the tying run waiting on deck. One and oh. Seaver and McNamara. And things getting a little antsy on the Boston bench. Taking all the way, 3-1. The man on deck.
Going to get a pretty good pitch to hit here. Just Clemens wants to throw a strike,
but he pops it up in foul ground, and Buckner comes over, leans in, and can't make the catch, and is furious with a fan, and Buckner ready to jump into the stands.
That's the home field advantage.
It's also a situation here as McNamara comes out now. Is that a temporary area down there?
Well, it is, but the ruling is that if the ball is into the stands, the fans can't interfere. If you reach out onto the playing field, and in the judgment of the umpire, he feels that you can make the out, then the batter's out.
Right. The thing I'm questioning is that in the regular season, it's an easier play. He doesn't have to lean in like that. They play too difficult. There's no way you can call him out. And it's 3-2. And he strikes him out. Woo. high, higher, and that's K number 9.
Said you had to get the bat ready. Throws this ball right by him. A little bit out of the strike zone, but you can't wait very long.
That was ball 4. Now Jackson struck out, fly to center, grounded to short.
Very difficult to put a percentage on it, but most swinging third strikes are on pitches out of the strike zone. The only way that can happen is if you get 2 strikes.
0-1.
I guess the obvious deduction, if you get ahead of the hitters, even though that was a 3-2 count, you have a better chance of getting them as fish at balls. Very few pitchers, and you're looking one right here that can really pitch within the strike zone and be successful. Most pitchers don't have good enough stuff.
Hit down to second. Barrett backs up, makes the play to first, and Clemens has gone through 8. And the Red Sox are 3 outs away from squaring this series, because as we head to the top of the 9th inning, Boston leads 3-0. Now Jim Lampley with some highlights of today's National League action from New York. Mets on top, going to Game 4 tomorrow, and this series with the Angels in front 2-1, but Boston trying to square it as we head to Game 5, 3-0 Red Sox. And tonight's coverage of the American League Championship Series is being brought to you by the heartbeat of America, today's Chevrolet, by IBM and the growing family of IBM personal computers, by Mr. Goodwrench. No one knows your GM car better than Mr. Goodwrench. No one. And by RCA, technology that excites the senses. Al Michaels, Jim Palmer, Anaheim, as we go to the 9th inning. And Dave Henderson will lead things off. Henderson, then Owen, who came over in the same deal from Seattle in August. And Boggs facing Doug Corbett. When the Angels bat at the bottom of the 9th inning, the sensei, Hendrick Schofield. Off his foot. Boy, that's becoming a common sight tonight. 0-1 to count on Henderson.
Well, the ball Boggs hit off his foot was a breaking ball, but watch this ball. Look how far inside it is. Right down on the left instep. A new dance here in Anaheim, it seems.
This telecast, presented by authority of Major League Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. If the Red Sox win, it guarantees a 6th game, so that would be Tuesday night at Fenway Park. If a 7th game is needed, that's Wednesday night in Fenway. One ball, one strike to count. To left center, coming on Pettis and Downing, and it's Pettis. One away. That man, Dennis Oil Can Boyd, would pitch the 6th game, which see him on the mound Tuesday night. And we'll be guaranteed of seeing him on the mound Tuesday night if the Red Sox win tonight. Owen now in front of a crowd that's become quiet. And that's what a Roger Clemens will do to a crowd. Rich to Hendrick. Two guys.
You talked about the fact that the Angels have come back, led all American League clubs in 9th inning rallies with 7. Very well. How many is more than normal? I guess the average is just about 3 times that a team comes back. Take all the average of the American League teams, come back and win a game in the 9th inning. So They've had a better year in that respect. How many times do you come back in the 9th inning and overcome a 3-0 deficit when Roger Clemens is on the mound?
And Cirolli in the bullpen. 0-1 the count on Boggs. 2 out, bases empty in the top of the 9th inning. Game over the 3-hour mark. Half swing, liner caught by Schofield. Faded on it, little hop, and robs him of a hit. And Boggs, the batting champion, is 1 for 5 tonight, and now 4 for 16 in the series.
Well, we saw Baylor with a check swing double. Boggs tried the same thing, and great play by Dick Schofield. Not very tall, but got way up on that one.
The Sensei, Hendrick, and Schofield coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning.
These are the hands of Mr. Goodwrench.
Henry Esiason and the Cincinnati Bengals on ABC's Monday Night Football.
Again tomorrow, this is the day game out here and the night game in the National League. Boston, California. Our coverage beginning 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow morning Pacific time. First and Witt. Houston, New York, game 4. Keith Jackson, Tim McCarver will be at Shea, and the matchup is Mike Scott against Sid Fernandez at 8 Eastern time. So here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning with the Sensei, Hendrick, and Schofield. Roger Clemens trying to go all the way and square it at 2 games apiece. Low for a ball, 1-0 the count. Deep left center field. Henderson goes all the way back. Gone! And Debbie Clemens, watching the shutout go down the drain, still able to afford a smile, though, because her man's got a 2-run lead.
Well, the second pitch, first one was a ball. Doug, no doubt, looking for a fastball, knowing Clemens wants to throw a strike. The rest is history. 26 during the regular season, and there's number 27.
Now Hendrick, who is 0 for 3, fouling it away. 0-1. Little looper. 0-2. Schofield is on deck. Hendrick is the 6th hitter. Then Schofield 7th, Boone 8th, and Pettis 9th. The third, Boggs stays with it. Throw high, and a nice toe dance by Buckner. So Wade, who's already made 2 errors in this series, handles it cleanly and then almost throws the ball away.
He's been watching some of the Angels who've had another bad game, but did get rid of it in a hurry, and this allows Buckner to make the grab and come down before Hendrick does.
1 down, Schofield is the batter. Schofield is 0 for 3. Strike. Nobody was better in the big leagues. Ripped into left for a base hit, and they'll get the tying run to the plate. And Cirolli heating in the pen, and Bob Boone, who hit 7 home runs this season, coming to the plate. Strike. Breaking ball. Giraldi and Sambito. Sambito is on the right. He's a left-hander, and Giraldi. But it's Clemens. He's the man. Another strike. Oof.
Great slider. And of course, Boone does not like the call. First one was belled high. Take a look for yourself. If it reverse rolls, Boone would say, oh yeah, good strike. I caught it just above the knees.
He hits it in the left field for a base hit, and the winning run will come to the plate. And McNamara will go to the mound. And Pettis is due up, and Devon White will go in to run for Boone as the tying run. Tough decision right here. But McNamara has made it. He wants Giraldi. Calvin Giraldi will come out of the bullpen.
He's going with the guy that got him here. Giraldi came up on July 18th and really turned the Red Sox bullpen around. A dependable closer. Saw a little bit of him last night. Clemens pitched a wonderful game.
He did. Well, there's your answer. Can he do it on 3 days rest? You better believe it.
There were 3 walks early in the ball game. Maybe a little bit of a bad sequence of pitches there. First 2 strikes on sliders, tried to throw another one. And Boone, who really did not hit well during the regular season, is having a good playoff series. There are the numbers on Calvin Giraldi.
Giraldi, who was in the minor leagues until late July, now in a pressure-packed situation, and that's the subject I discussed with him a couple of days ago.
No. If I think about that, that'll get me in trouble.
Enough to know that, hey, I have the best fastball, it's my best pitch, and that's what I'm going to throw.
So Gary Pettis now, Devon White running at first base for Bob Boone. Schofield is the runner at second. And Gary Pettis, who homered last night, and who, as you can see, has been sneaking up in the playoffs to the point where he's 6 for 13. He's a switch hitter, as you know, with a great deal of speed, and the infield has to shorten up.
You mentioned the home run, but the thing to keep in mind, that was the 6th home run of the year. He's not a home run hitter. Giraldi's success is basically down the outside part of the plate. I think Pettis would be trying to hit the ball the other way.
He goes the other way to left field. Rice misjudges the ball, and it's over his head, and the 3 runners are all together. Schofield round third, scores, and the Angels get a big break as White winds up going to third, and Pettis to second as they wind up doing some great base running. They had 3 men within 90 feet of each other, but Schofield kept on coming. White alertly goes to third as Pettis stops at second.
Well, if you saw the beginning of the replay, you saw Jim take 2 or 3 steps in and then not be able to get back. Schofield scores to make it 3-2. You see Gedney with his hand up there going to intentionally walk Rupert Jones.
And so the tying and winning runs are on base with the score 3-2. Oh, boy. And on that play, Schofield had to wait because it looked like Rice was going to make the catch. And then the ball carried over his head, and Devon White was ready to run up Schofield's back. He was between second and third, and Pettis was almost all the way to second. And Schofield Grounded third, kept on coming. White alertly then moved to third with Pettis holding at second, and it's 3-2.
Another review again. Rice has already committed himself in, can't get back. Pettis is having a great series offensively. Puts it right over his head.
And he also misses the cutoff man.
That really had no effect, Al, because with Pettis' speed, he's obviously going to get to second base. I have to give Devon White some credit, because what you do in that situation as a base runner is watch the guy in front of you. And if he didn't, he might have run himself right out of the inning.
Exactly right. Bases loaded, one out. Low to Gretsch.
And this is another example of Gene Mauch having a lot of faith in his veteran players. He had Jack Howell on the bench, good left-handed hitter he could use here, but Bobby Gretsch 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, is going to let him hit.
In there. The other advantage the Angels have, if you look at a figure that tells you no team's ever won a game in the championship series of the American League after entering the ninth trailing by more than one. The Angels have White and Pettis as the tying and winning runs, their two fastest men. Good pitch. Ooh, 1-2. With Gretsch thinking fastball, throws a breaking blow on the inner half. Ooh.
One of those back door. You flinch a little bit, you're fooled. Pretty good job by Gedman to get the strike.
One-two pitch. Foul back.
And the minute you get ahead as the pitcher here, all Bobby Gretsch has to do really is hit a fly ball to a deep part as you look at Calvin Schiraldi's wife, and the game is tied. But when you get ahead, and you've established two pitches, both the fastball and the curveball, makes it more difficult.
1-2 in the dirt, saved by Gedman. There's White, he ties it. There's Pettit, he wins it. And Jones at first is window dressing. Except when it comes to breaking up a double play at second.
With Buckner off the base, Cooper Jones has a huge lead.
2-2.
Yes, that's what you have to do, but his job is to get down and break up the double play, if possible. The ball is hit to Buckner at first or Boggs at third. Unless they know for sure they can get two, they're coming home.
Got him swinging. Woo. Bases loaded, 2 out, and it's up to Downing.
You go back to that breaking ball, plants a little bit of doubt in the hitter's mind. Instead, the best pitch is the fastball. Rich just can't catch up with it. Not only great velocity, but at the knees, tough pitch to pick up.
Brian Downing has not hit a ball out of the infield tonight. 0 for 3. Oh. Trying to hit one out. 0-1.
Out of the stadium.
Play him just about straight away. 0-2. 1-2.
Three straight fastballs. As I said, I would doubt he'll throw anything but the best pitch.
And he throws it inside and hits him to tie the game. He threw an off-speed pitch and winds up hitting him. And Reggie's coming up with the game tied. Of all things, an off-speed pitch on 1 and 2 that slipped out of his hand and hit him.
Fastball right by him 2 times, and here's just a breaking ball that doesn't break. Doesn't get on top of it. Downing says, I'll take one for the club. The game's tied.
Here's Reggie, where Reggie loves to be. Oh, and 1.
Also goes back to what he said. He said, I cannot swing at the high fastball. Let's see if that's really the case. He can discipline himself to that point.
Time. Jones. Downing is at first. Grounder. Barrett knocks it down, recovers, gets him. And we go to the 10th. And Reggie threw his hands up. But the Angels bat around in the 9th inning. Key play, the drive over Rice's head. The inning starting on DeCince's homer. Barrett showing a great deal of poise here. Picking it up, keeping it in front of him, and then the strike to first. We go to the 10th, tied 3-3. Hit it sharply, but on the ground. Barrett making the play, and here's Reggie's reaction as he crushed the bag. So Jackson heads back to the dugout. But who knows? He might get another shot before this one is over. The kind of moment made for him, but not that particular one. Jerry Narron takes over for Boone back at the plate since White ran for Boone. And we go to the 10th inning at Anaheim Stadium. With Barrett to lead things off. Barrett, Buckner, and Rice, and Doug Corbett on the mound. And Donnie Moore in the bullpen. 0-1 the count. Corbett, the 5th pitcher. Barrett with 8 hits in the series.
8 hits and a save. It was a tremendous play to stay in front of that ball. And what he did is exactly what you should do. He knew the ball was hit hard. He saw the ball curve off Rich's glove. He made sure that he got his whole body in front of it. This is why we're still playing.
And if ever you show a little bit of panic, it's in that situation, and he didn't. You saw what he did. Kept it in front of him. You could almost see him calm himself, pitch it up, through to first base, on to extra innings. A lot of poise. 0-2
Not
the count.
spectacular, but very, very steady.
So the Angels tying it, the inning starting on the homer by DeCince. Then after Hendrick rounded out, the singles by Schofield and Boone setting it up. Pettis with the double over Rice's head. And then Downing on the 1-2 pitch getting hit by the pitch. people listening to this one on the radio on their way home from the ballpark. A lot of vacancies in the upper deck. Fouled away. And the count 1-2. And as you look around, this capacity crowd is down to about 75% of capacity. We've made a lot of Baylor, of course, getting hit by pitches this season. Don, the all-time American League leader. Downing finished second to him this year. Downing was swung 17 times. And in never a more precious position than in the ninth inning with 2 out. Two and two the count on Barrett, with Buckner on deck and then Rice. Line to center field. There's Pettis. Barrett hitting it hard.
That's right. Even when he makes an out, hits the ball right on the nose. Again, very selective, waiting for his pitch, but he hit it to the wrong guy. Guy that starred last night in center field for the Angels, Gary Pettis, won his first Gold Glove last year. No doubt will do it again this year.
Bill Buckner. Buckner 1 for 4. Going to be a short night anyway, because game 5 comes up in about 15 hours. But it's going to be a long short night for the Boston Red Sox if they lose this one and go down 3 games to 1, and know that tomorrow at high noon it's Mike Witt on the mound. The Red Sox, who led by 3 going to the ninth, and came within a strike. Speared by Corbett. 2 gone. And now Rice.
Well, once you throw the ball, you become a defensive player. Talked about Corbett throwing a lot of grounders, so he should be prepared, and he was for the second out.
Rice tonight has not hit the ball out of the infield. 1-0 as Corbett drops down.
One of the many problems that a sinker baller would have, and Doug Corbett certainly comes under that classification, is that when you first come in the game, you might be a little bit strong, and the ball does not sink as well as you would like. Normally, the longer you go, getting a little bit tired, the ball actually starts working for you a little bit better.
Good pitch. 1-1.
But the key again is hitting against a guy like Doug Corbett is to make him throw strikes. You have to make him bring the ball up. Every time you chase a pitch like that, ball down and in out of the strike zone, you're doing him a favor.
Two and 1. Rice may be shortening down on his swing this year, but this is one situation. 2 out, bases empty. And after the Pettis' drive winds up going over his head. He'd love to hit one all the way out. Instead of chopper to short, and he's 0 for 5 and has hit the ball out of the infield. Schofield throws him out. We've played 9 1/2. A 3-3 tie in Anaheim. Back with more of the American League Championship Series after this word from your local station.
On the Disney Sunday movie, he was a has-been who found hope.
All you have to do is believe.
Roy Scheider, Justin Henry, dreams can...
Time in game 4, Calvin Schiraldi working on the Angels, who came up with 3 in the 9th to tie it. Monday Night Football, and the matchup this week at Riverfront Stadium will be the Cincinnati Bengals hosting The Pittsburgh Steelers, 9 Eastern Time. Frank Gifford, joined this week by Lynn Swan, will be there as the Steelers and the Bengals meet in Cincy. Doug DeCinces, who got the 9th inning started with a home run. Strike, 0-1.
I think the major significance of that home run is that, and it's interesting when you watch a club over a course of a year, a lot of times it takes just something to ignite some confidence. And that home run off Clemens, even though there were some missed plays and the hits batsman Brian Downey, I think gives the ball club hope.
Deep right center field. Evans goes back with Henderson, and Henderson makes the catch. It's the center fielder's call, and Henderson made the call. DeCinces swinging the bat very well tonight. Hendrick. 4 groundouts. And he's 0 for 8 in the playoffs. 0-1. One ball, one strike. One and two. And Hendrick is 0 for 5. So 2 down in the bottom of the 10th inning. And Dick Schofield comes up.
Calvin Schiraldi did his homework. He watched Roger Clemens throw nothing but fastballs to George Hendrick. He can do it. Why can't I? Both throwing with great velocity. Throws the ball right by him.
One and 0 on Schofield. 2 out, bases empty. 3-3 tie in the last of the 10th. The shallow right center field where Evans calls. Here comes Henderson, and it's Evans. And a 3-up, 3-down inning with Baylor, Evans, and Gedman coming up when we go to the top of the 11th. After 10, Boston 3, California 3 in Game 4.
No.
An inning in which Barrett drove in a run with a base hit, and Gritch's error allowed a second run to score. And then the wild 9th inning, the bottom of the 9th inning, which commenced with DeCinces' home run. Schofield, Boone with singles, Pettis with the double over Rice's head. And then 1 and 2, 2 down, Brian Downing hit by the off-speed breaking pitch. Or what would have been a breaking pitch. Never broke.
No, it didn't.
Might break a few hearts, though, before the evening's done.
Sure did. Situation, it's something that when you go back and look at the film of it, you say, why did I do that? Of course, obviously the intent was not that.
So we go to the 11th inning. Corbett on the mound. And Baylor at the plate is 1 for 4, ripping one foul down the line in left field, and the count is 0-1. Doug Corbett, off and on all season. Setup man, sometime closer, long man here and there in the scramble around bullpen. And on here with the game tied in the 11th inning. One hopper to DeCinces. Baylor is out number 1. And Corbett rolling along. He's retired 8 in a row now and hasn't given up a hit since he came into the game. Evans 0 for 3 with a walk.
And if you go back to the regular season, Baylor 31 home runs, 22 on the road. Evans the same. Of course, they were not trying to hit that sinker. Evans with 26 and is mad at himself. He's normally, as you said last night, a very patient hitter. 18 home runs on the road. Gedman coming up next. 14 of his 16 on the road. So a team that's very capable of winning a game with one swing. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you get into extra innings. Everybody tries to do that. You have a tendency to overswing, expand the strike zone.
Gedman on deck. When the Angels bat at the bottom of the inning, Jerry Narron to lead off. He's doing the catching. Then Pettis and Jones, 8-9-1 in the order. 1 and 2.
Well, this is the third pitch. They've all been balls. Watch the ball sink. And again, there is the deception of the baseball. The ball is sinking. You think it's a strike, and when you swing at it, it's a ball. Very much like the split-fingered fastball that Mike Scott has been throwing. There's a lot more velocity. But all those strikeouts, you go back and look at the replay, they say, well, how can you swing at that pitch? Well, you don't perceive it as going to dip as much as it does.
And when you can get somebody like an Evans to swing at a pitch that far out of the strike zone, you really got it working for you. 3 and 2 as he lays off that time. Full count. 1 out, nobody on. 11th inning, a 3-3 tie.
White's always been patient. Last year, the walk leader of the American League with 114. This year, 97. Only bested by Boggs.
The sensei, fair ball, throws in time. Two down.
Well, what makes this play easy is that Doug is guarding the line, so he doesn't have to circle the ball. It's not an easy play. Comes straight in. Evans not with great speed. See the throw by Doug. Just out of the dirt. Dug up nicely by Mr. Henrik at first.
And with 2 out, Gedman is the batter. One and 0. Toward the hole. Nice stop by Grich. Wheels, gets him. Corbett doing a great job. 10 straight set down by Doug. And almost everybody hitting the ball on the ground after 10 and a half. A 3-3 tie.
Time's running out to play McDonald's NFL Kickoff Payoff.
Oh, no.
They're hopeful the Angels can do it in 5. It didn't look very promising going to the bottom of the 9th inning. But all of a sudden, a 3-run rally. The game is tied, and we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. And Jerry Narron comes up for the first time in the playoffs. He's the Angels' second catcher, backing up Boone. Jim Palmer talking about him the other night. Good fastball hitter. And each time during the regular season, the Angels faced Clemens. Boone got the day off, and it was Narron in. 0-1.
Oh, he's a good low fastball hitter. Against Jerry a number of times. Again, the ball he's really going to turn on is the ball down and in. With Schiraldi with overpowering stuff, you do have to get the bat started.
Drill to right field, base hit, cut off by Evans to hold him to 1. Just like the scouting report said.
You got a fastball in a bad area. After you throw one, you figure, well, it'll be a little bit quicker, and right out and gets it. Evans keeps it in front of him, so it's only a single. Now, this gives a perfect opportunity for Gene Mauch to play what they refer to as little ball here, which is basically let's get the guy to second and give the following 2 hitters a chance to drive in the winning run.
And Pettis, one of the series stars so far, coming up. Pettis is 7 for 14. It was Pettis' double. Straight set down by Doug. And almost everybody hitting the ball on the ground after 10 and a half. A 3-3 tie.
Time's running out to play McDonald's NFL kickoff payoff.
Oh, no.
They're hopeful the Angels can do it in 5. It didn't look very promising going to the bottom of the 9th inning. But all of a sudden, a 3-run rally. The game is tied. And we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. And Jerry Narron comes up for the first time in the playoffs. He's the Angels' second catcher, backing up Boone. Jim Palmer talking about him the other night. Good fastball hitter. And each time during the regular season the Angels faced Clemens, Boone got the day off and it was Narron in. 0-1.
He's a good low fastball hitter. Against Jerry a number of times. Again, the ball he's really going to turn on is the ball down and in. For Schiraldi with overpowering stuff, you have to get the bat started.
Drill to right field, base hit. Cut off by Evans to hold him to 1. Just like the scouting report said.
Got a fastball in a bad area. After you throw one, you figure, well, it'll be a little bit quicker, and right out and gets it. Evans keeps it in front of him, so it's only a single. Now, this gives a perfect opportunity for Gene Mauch to play what they refer to as little ball here, which is basically let's get the guy to second and give the following 2 hitters a chance to drive in the winning run.
And Pettis, one of the series stars so far, coming up. Pettis is 7 for 14. It was Pettis' double over Rice's head. That was the key blow in the middle of the 3-run ninth. The only time he's gone down tonight on a 3 for 4 night is when he struck out on a call he disputed in the bottom of the 7th inning.
You talked about your 24-man roster. You expect a bunt. You can't pitch.
And he lays one down, and Buckner fields and goes back to Barrett covering, and the winning run is at second.
Pettis has had a great night. Aaron, as I was going to say, is the type of guy you might pinch run for, but with 24 men and only 2 catchers, even though you do have Brian Downing, you can't do it. But Pettis makes that elementary by laying down a perfect bunt.
Now, Rupert Jones is the batter. First base open, and Spike Owen was saying to Gedman, hey, look into the dugout because we want to walk him. Gedman, who was in the crouch back of the plate, and Owen got his attention and said, hey, give him 4 away. Which, of course, is the move you have to make here. You're hopeful of setting up the double play. Bobby Grich, the right-hand batter, is coming up with runners at first and second and 1 away. So there is Grich, who came up in a key spot and struck out of the ninth. And Grich is having a long night. A lot of guys are having long nights tonight. Rice is 0 for 5. Gedman is 0 for 5. Evans is 0 for 4. Grich is 0 for 5. Reggie's 0 for 5. And Hendricks 0 for 5.
In all honesty, that will happen if you face Schiraldi and Clemens on a regular basis. What set up the strikeout to Grich was the same pitch that got Schiraldi into trouble, which was a breaking ball, but he got it over to Bobby.
Ripped into left field down the line for a base hit. Narron around third, coming in, and the Angels go up 3-1. Don Sutton in his street clothes among those celebrating with the Angels. And Schiraldi, and you can understand it, was a man who was a strike away from ending it. Coming up in about 15 hours. A long, short night for the Red Sox. Rich, the game-winning hit. And the California Angels are one game away from going to the World Series for the first time in the history of the franchise. The lights being dimmed at Anaheim are an appropriate exclamation point to the mood and the Red Sox dugout, and in particular, the losing pitcher Calvin Schiraldi. To Alan Roth, Steve Hurt, our thanks. In 11 innings, again, California defeats Boston by a score of 4-3. Al Michaels, Jim Palmer. And there are the final totals once again, with a reminder to join us tomorrow for live coverage of Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. 2:30 Eastern Time. Travel arrangements made through. Promotional fee paid by United Airlines. United flies more people to Hawaii than any other airline. Nobody knows Hawaii like United. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
If you don't know how to read, remember, it's never too late to learn.
Name Auto Parts. Name brands this week include Kendall Motor Oils. After rebate, 10W30 just 54 cents a quart. 10W40 just 64 cents.
I certainly want San Francisco to lose that ball game. They can't afford to watch the scoreboard.
Well, regardless of the 49ers score, the Vikings must win today. They must win today and next week to give themselves the best chance of being in the playoffs. And that's been their theme this week. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Dale Brown alerting his team that they cannot run the baseline. Very smart coaching point. Young people get confused in a game like this, whether it's after a basket, not after a basket. He's got to maintain his foot position there and not run.
And the foul on Thomas with 50 seconds to go in the game. So Irving Thomas picking up his fourth.
In charge of the scheduled 15-round title bout, referee Rudy Battle. And now, my good friends, introducing the principals.
Tim, it's a little strange now that the Brilliant hasn't gone out and tested yet. Tried to climb all over him. He's back boxing cautiously again. There's that right hand again, Tim.
Indiana's lead with 7 minutes gone.
Here comes heavy pressure after made field goal or foul shot. Real heavy pressure. Up, they panic.
And it was touched last by Armstrong on the sidelines, out of bounds to Indiana. Hoosiers were fortunate to get out of that one with the ball.
Only after made field goals can you really, off foul shots, can you put maximum pressure on. Now they should break it because you can't put the maximum pressure. The trick is to keep the ball away from Marvel's area. Any place he is, don't pass the ball.
Nice move by Keith Smart. Alford first attempt. They know here in Indiana hits here on everything he makes today.
His shot was real flat when we watched the game against Minnesota. Bobby Knight wanted a charging foul then.
Lojas can't hit it. Rebound to Garrett. Knocked away by Wright.
I was going to put pressure on. Lojas is going to make it tough. A tough inbound pass. You got a 7-footer now covering the ball being taken in by Callaway. That's 7 feet. See the arms in the air? Makes it a tough pass inbounds. Very difficult. Very difficult. Very, very, very difficult.
Ooh, he threw the ball right into the face of Lojas. Unintentionally goes over to apologize. Well, that's one way to know it's going to bounce back out of bounds.
Let's see. He's faking. Tough pass.
Ooh.
I don't think that might have been unintentional. I don't mean he's trying to hurt him, but the count was going down. He tried to play it off his body, preferably his chest, not his nose.
And Lojas right back up in Thomas's face, and a foul on Alford of Indiana.
Knight's reacting to the foul. He stay in the coach's box.
Second on the star guard of the Hoosiers. And already Iowa in the 1-1. One of the important statistics in this game is that Iowa on the season has made more free throws than the opponents have taken. And so it is today. They get the early chance in the 1-1.
Well, I still think the pace is too fast, even though Indiana's winning by 6. Again, we go back to Iowa just has too many players. A 10-man rotation. Not even North Carolina has a 10-man rotation. There's 9.
Gamble has his first point of the game.
Dr. Tom Davis is up, trying to keep his ball players thinking of the game.
Gamble right down the bottom on 2, and it's 19-15 Indiana. And Alford goes down again.
Still up. What they're doing, Dick, they're trying to break that 10-second line, then attack.
Smart. Good move by Keith Smart, and it's 21-15. And a turnover to Indiana.
Good pass by Armstrong that time. Marble didn't get the handle. He started to make a fake before he had the ball. You must, with your eyes, follow the ball into your hands.
Here comes Smart. Boy, he can hurry the ball. Knocked away from behind by Gamble. Out of bounds to Indiana.
Good pressure defense is governed by the trailers. Here comes a trailer from the back, and Gamble kicks the ball out. That's why you should dribble the ball in front of your body on breakaways so a trailer can't kick the ball out. There's that 7-foot again. There you got a piece of it.
Went to Garrett, an outside three-pointer for Alford. Steve Alford is 2 for 2, and Indiana leads by 9.
It looks like the drought is over. The rain dance has worked.
Inside to Marble, and a tough 2-pointer in traffic.
All athlete, that Marble. There, he got his hand on it, then he didn't kick it out.
Minutes gone. 24-17 Indiana. Inside to Garrett, knocked away right to Callaway, and a foul on Gamble. Holding, I believe, before the shot.
Okay, that's the 5th personal foul on Indiana. Already, Iowa is in the 1-1. With a lot of time left, Dick. 11 minutes and 26 seconds.
A foul game favors the Hawkeyes. 11:26 remaining, and Bob Knight's Hoosiers are ahead, but that isn't all good for Indiana.
Looks like he's leading the cheer.
Chocolate is scrumptious when it crunches. That's why I love Nestle Crunch. That's why I love Nestle Crunch.
Listen to the heartbeat.
Announcing the biggest truck value package in Chevy history. Now get a new 6-year, 60,000-mile warranty. Plus, on select new Chevy pickups, low 3.9 GMAC financing. Or $500 cash back. It's Chevy's biggest pickup value ever.
Today's Chevy truck.
You want personal service, and State Farm is there.
I'm State Farm Agent John Monson. Anybody can sell you insurance, but backing it up with service is what really counts. When my customers need any help with their auto, home, life, or health insurance, or they have a claim, they come right to me. State Farm agents don't hide from you after you buy the policy.
And like a good neighbor,
We're there, backing it with service.
State Farm is there.
I love the look of his heavy beard, but when I want to get close...
Announcing Noxzema for heavy beards. Its special energized foam turns that sandpaper into...
silk.
From Noxzema, the first shave cream for heavy beards.
On NBC Sports, excitement is the tradition when Player of the Year Pat Bradley tees off at the Women's Kemper Open next weekend on NBC.
When Iowa beat Indiana and scored over 100 points in Iowa City, they out-rebounded the Hoosiers 46-19. So Bob Knight has said, Keith Smart, you're only 6'1", but I want 10 rebounds out of you today. So far, Smart has answered with 3.
And he's on a schedule of 12 to 13.
11 minutes and 26 seconds left in the first half. Indiana with the lead and the ball, 24-17. And here's the key man for the Hoosiers offensively, Alford.
Moe's doing a good job defensively on him.
Smart from outside, a three-pointer, and the Hoosiers are hot. Bill Jones back in the game for Iowa. Right the lob, past the ball. Roy Marble from Gary Wright.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Smart 2-on-1. Has it knocked away from behind by Lorenzen. Wright can't save it for Iowa.
Watch this alley-oop. Right past his alley. There goes Marble on baseline.
And you're lobbing that ball over a 6'10 Garrett, who wasn't in too bad a position.
Just a ballerina up there in the sky.
Inside to Garrett, the junior college transfer. Won't drop for him, and Roy Marble rebounds for Iowa. Bill Jones all the way around Alford, sets up Wright for the bucket.
Jones, show me something. He's been filling a lot of positions for Iowa. Next year he'll start.
He was a starter last year. Keith Smart. Tip controlled by Wright of Iowa. Here come the Hawkeyes. 3 Indiana players are already down court. Jones forces the shot, and the rebound goes to Garrett. That was not a wise choice. There were no Iowa black jerseys down court.
All right, they got to get Steve Alford to cut full cuts without the ball. He's making half cuts. Moe's doing a good job on him.
Alford for 3. It wouldn't drop, and Lorenzen, can he save it? Wright helps him out. 27-21 Indiana, 9:40 left in the half. Bob Knight is Al McGuire's halftime guest. Moe called for charging. The shooter Moe of Iowa picks up the foul. His first.
Moe gives a head fake to the left on this, you'll notice, and then tries to spin to the right, but the defensive man was right there. Watch it.
Well, Smart acted it out nicely as well.
That's part of the game.
Thomas having trouble. Does get it into Alford, who has 3 Hawkeyes around him now. They've got a 3-on-1 break. Couldn't take advantage. Inside to Garrett. The foul before the shot is on Lorenzen, and that sends Indiana into the 1-and-1.
No basket that time.
Make that Ed Horton, number 25, that they call the foul on. Tom Davis, who has coached in the East at Boston College, Lafayette, then went out west to Stanford after BC. There for 4 years on the farm before he migrated to Iowa.
Also coached 2 high schools, one in Illinois and one in Wisconsin.
Garrett, who missed that one, made 7 in a row down the stretch, 6 under pressure to help Indiana win on Thursday night against Minnesota. Moe for 3. Lorenzen has it knocked away by his teammate Horton, and then stolen by Alford. Out of bounds to Indiana.
Steve Alford kept the ball alive, ended up going over off Al Lorenzen's knee.
27-21, 9:05 left in the first half. Smart against Armstrong. No basket before the shot. Armstrong with a foul.
We're in the 1-on-1. It was a good play by Armstrong, in my opinion, because I don't think there's anyone in the country that can cover Smart in a 1-on-1 breakout.
How about Kenny Smith or Tommy Amaker?
Anyone but those two.
Here is Keith Smart at the line. He and Garrett, junior college All-Americas that were recruited by Knight. It was a breakthrough for Knight, who has not gone to the JC ranks previously, at least seriously, and now he has 2 starters out of junior college. Smart went to Garden City in Kansas, and he's averaged nearly 10 points a game here as a junior at Indiana.
I hope the fans get a chance to see Smart go up for a rebound when he really gets up straight through the sound barrier. He gets up so high, Dick, that he gets nervous. This is no baloney. He gets nervous coming down.
He has, they say, a 45-inch vertical leap. 8-point Indiana lead. Lorenzen, no foul. And up with it is Callaway for Indiana. Tom Davis off the bench to question the officials.
Odd man-to-man defense by Iowa. Nice pick by Thomas that time.
Inside to Thomas.
It's going up.
And the push on Garrett of Indiana. And Dean Garrett has his second.
Here's the move inside. You know it's going to go up because of his physical strength every time he gets it down. I did not see the foul.
Garrett with a push underneath. Final Georgia Tech, and we'll see the Yellow Jackets tomorrow up at DePaul University against the number 3 Blue Demons, who have lost only 1 game this year.
I think the Blue Demons and Joey Meyer have a problem with Georgia Tech because I don't know if they can stop their 2 forwards, Terrell and Hammond.
Lorenzen at the line for Iowa, misses the front end, but Marble with the offensive rebound, and it's Garrett who knocks it out of bounds. It was an incredible statistic at Iowa City. On the offensive end for Iowa, they out-rebounded Indiana 27-2.
Bob is very, very upset. He didn't tell me this, but any school that ever scored 100 points against us has scored in his career.
Armstrong, and a foul goes against Hillman, who's just in the game. Number 44, Joe Hillman from Glendale, California. He's in there for Olford. There he is, also a baseball player at Indiana. Hit .327 as an outfielder last spring. First chance to get on the scoring sheet for B.J. Armstrong, Benjamin Armstrong Jr.
From Brother Rice High School in Detroit. They had those twins there, Dick, when they're playing.
I remember your halftime feature on them. Wonder how they're doing. So again, a miss on the front end. So Iowa's failure at the free throw line keeps them 8 points down. 8 minutes to go.
All I know, those twins are 7'4" now. We'll do a show on them next year by the seniors.
Inside, wide open is Garrett. 4 points for Dean Garrett.
Needle pass from Callaway that time.
Armstrong weaving his way. Lohas, a good outside shooter. It's Horton who's left alone and can't hit the easy 5-footer. And Callaway gives it to Hillman. Iowa very cold, both from the floor and the line.
Well, the key thing is they're not turning the ball over. Indiana is not giving them the chippies off turnover.
Lohas bats it away, and a foul on Lohas for reaching in.
Lohas last year was thinking of giving up basketball. This year he's going to be a first-round draft choice deep, you know, be around the 18th, 19th, 20th team, because he's truly a forward. He's not a center.
Rojas, interesting story. He's played for 3 coaches at Iowa. He was recruited by Lute Olson, and then, of course, George Raveling there 3 years. And as a center, he just didn't play well, was unhappy. In fact, he was limited in his playing time. And now, with a new coach, he moves to a forward spot and may be a #1 draft pick. Out goes Callaway, and in comes Steve Isle, number 32.
The story right now, Dick, is that Indiana is handling their pressure and neutralizing their board strength.
32-21, that's the Hoosiers' biggest lead. 6:49 to go. Marble fools Lojas with a pass. He can't handle it. Here comes Smart.
Timeout. Watch Smart on this turnover to kick the ball out. Loses the ball between his legs. Over to Smart. Now he'll go on his afterburner, but then he'll pull up, let BJ go by, keep his eye on the rim, and that's it.
Exceptionally smooth. The night belongs to Michelob.
Excuse me. Can I help you?
I'm not sure. I'm looking for the perfect TV. A 27-inch with black matrix, 110-degree angle of deflection, computer-accurate digital access tuning, 178 channels, built-in stereo decoder, and it's got to have infrared remote control that runs the TV, cable, and VCR, even if they're different brands. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. You want a Magnavox.
The perfect picture, the perfect remote. Nobody puts it together like Magnavox.
You see, today is tomorrow in Japan. So when you come for car tomorrow, it will be today.
Life takes a time. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Take it to Midas.
At Midas, we can replace mufflers, brake shocks, or struts on most foreign cars, and we won't take all day to do it. Time is money.
Take it to Midas.
If I'd wanted it tomorrow, old chap, I wouldn't be here today.
Take it to someone you trust.
Sunday, the superstars of the National Football League battle it out. The New York Giants, Jim Burt and Harry Carson, go eye-to-eye with the Broncos, Rulon Jones and Carl Mecklenburg. The best of the NFC take on the best of the AFC. The Dodge Super Teams on NBC Sports World Sunday.
Indiana with 11 more shots than Iowa in the first half, and they're making them, hitting 50%. Iowa, that's a strange stat, only 8 for 17. In a place where Indiana rarely loses. Since they opened Assembly Hall in '71, Indiana's lost here only 26 times. They've won their last 20 in a row. The lob pass doesn't work, and Indiana has another.
Bobby Knight choosing a 3-guard offense here.
Tillman staying in, and Alford his return. That leaves Garrett and Isle on the front line.
Trouble because they go into a zone against 3 guards. It's almost impossible to play a zone. Steve should get the shot.
Marble out on the point. Smart setting up Garrett, and a whistle foul on whom? On the charging Indiana player, Smart. Not player control. They'll go to the other end and shoot it. His second. Garrett, Alford, and Thomas with 2.
Looked like they should have stayed on the perimeter looking for the 3-shot play. Committed himself too soon to the air. Brad Lohaus had excellent position.
Lohaus at the line from Glendale, Arizona, Greenway High School there, averaging 11.5 a game. And another miss on the front end. That's 3 straight Iowa misses on the front end of 1-and-1. Pops it out to Armstrong. Armstrong chased by Isle. Gary Wright sets up Lojas for an easy 2.
Gary Wright is a very, very talented player.
Steve Isle, with a near interception. Back into the zone goes the Hawkeyes. Inside to Garrett. Ooh, tough break. That one touched all parts of the iron. Lojas, that's a 2-pointer, and he misses the front edge of the rim. Hillman around Wright, and a foul on Gary Wright.
Wright caught his shoulders with his ankles that time. Wright jumped so high and tried to get out of the way.
Personal foul, Iowa, number 3, Gary Wright.
First foul on Gary Wright. Went to Southern California as a freshman, led the Pac-10 in blocks as a first-year man out there for Stan Morrison. Interestingly, he comes to Iowa and played for Raveling, and Raveling goes back to Southern California as the head coach.
Got a guy in the foul line.
Joe Hillman. He was a brilliant player in high school out there in California. Averaged 41 points a game as a senior in high school to lead all players in California. 36-23. 4:44 left in the first half. Wright against Isle. Garrett comes up with a loose ball. Other than a couple of layoffs, Iowa is colder than the weather. Alford, you can't give him that time. That was a 2-pointer, 38-23. Armstrong forces one up, and a foul against Armstrong for charging. And the Hoosiers are threatening to make this one a blowout.
Armstrong gives 1 or 2 head and shoulder fakes after he penetrates. Then watch, he does jump into the shot.
The hand is for Dean Garrett as he goes out. That's 7 turnovers for Iowa, 3 for Indiana. Number 30, Todd Meyer, in for the first time for the Hoosiers.
In position for turnover.
Out of bounds to Indiana.
They're playing the ball on a count, 5 counts. They're playing the ball off the body of the Iowa players. Again, the answer so far, because of the 15-point spread, has been the drought ending of Steve and the handling of Iowa's pressure and neutralizing the board.
Dayton and a squeaker against your old team, Marquette. 59-57 for the Flyers. Alford gets it to Hillman. Indiana with a 15-point lead. 4 minutes left in the first half.
Right now, they want to get the ball.
Alford again. He's short on that one. Gamble deflected back to Jones. A break for the Hawkeyes. Horton. Marble against 3 Hoosiers. Doesn't hit anything. Goes out of bounds to Iowa. It appeared that Smart touched it last for Indiana. But that's not the case. 38-23. It's all Indiana.
Who has the sight and sound experience you must experience? Who? RCA. With digital command component systems. If you settle for less than RCA, that's exactly what you'll get.
Madeline Kahn on Having It All.
What is this fascination we have with having it all? Haven't you ever wanted it all? Just a tiny bit. Michelob Light has it all. Superb taste in a less filling beer. But is having it all the answer? Is it really so wonderful to be wealthy, glamorous, and have an unbelievable singing voice?
Michelob Light, you can have it all.
Chevrolet announces one of the biggest values in automotive history. A 6-year, 60,000-mile warranty on new 87 passenger cars, plus $1,000 cash back on new Cavaliers, Camaros, and 2.5-liter Celebrities. That's cash back on the best protected cars in Chevrolet's history.
Wait till you see the changes we're making at Howard Johnson.
This is Howard Johnson?
This is Howard Johnson?
This is Howard Johnson?
This is Howard Johnson.
Tonight on Hunter.
Who would want to murder the typical girl next door?
The Russian death squad has Hunter on its hit list.
I'm involved.
Don't move, Sergeant Hunter.
Tonight.
Iowa, and you thought this was the team that you would have favored coming into Indiana. They've scored 2 points in the last 7 minutes. That was that easy chip by Lojas. They are cold.
I think, Dick, what's happening, they seem to be reaching rather than jumping. But you've got to give credit to Indiana not turning the ball over to Iowa. Iowa must turn you over. I think it's going to happen eventually, but maybe not.
Well, Iowa could indeed have its run. 3 minutes and 27 seconds left in the first half. 46-19, the rebounding edge for Iowa in that first game, and Indiana's a +3 today, and that is perhaps the most significant statistic of all. Alford, and there's a rare turnover by Indiana. Their fourth.
That's just what they didn't want to happen, and it's just what the Hawkeyes wanted to happen. Now, if the Hawkeyes can score off this, they'll try to get a run going.
Indiana overplaying on defense. They try to cut off those passing lanes. The Iowa offense does seem a bit confused today. They've just not been able to get good, clean shots, and that's testimony to that Indiana defense. They're smart making the play out of bounds to Iowa.
That was a bad pass by Gamble that time. You're going to pass around the defensive man. You got to get up to him.
Substitution for Iowa, number 54.
Lojas returns. Lorenzen out.
Replacing Lorenzen, number 44.
Watch for a pick down low in this play right here. There you go. He's going up. He's going up.
Can't hit it. Can't he? Horton missed the easy tip, and Indiana has it again.
Might work a little clock off here.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the half. Hillman hits a three-pointer, and it's 41-23. Cheering the Indiana defense. They've been brilliant at that end of the court. Everything's tough.
They won't let him get position down low.
Gamble forces a bad shot. Lojas gets the rebound and lays it in. That's 2 baskets for Iowa in about 9 minutes, and both have been on lay-ins by Lojas.
Pull-up jumper.
Alford trickles it in. Turnover again.
The crowd is reaching them. This place is bananas. Red bananas.
Roy Marble goes out. Mo is back in. 9-4 turnovers. Iowa, 9 mistakes to only 4 for the Hoosiers. Here comes Alford. Armstrong and Alford were in a wrestling match, a no whistle. And now the foul is on Keith Smart of Indiana for an illegal pick.
That was absolutely an illegal pick that time. Keith Smart backed up. Here's we go, a little bit of wrestling, head down.
Here's Moe and Alford, and then Armstrong.
Don't let him go. Clipping, holding, 15 yards.
Smart with 3 fouls and 13 points. 4 of his 10 rebounds will probably be rested the final minute and a half of this first 20-minute period. At the line is the only man who's really been able to score for Iowa, Jeff Moe. He looks for his 10th point. And another miss. That's 4 front ends of a 1-and-1 for Iowa.
This is what college basketball is all about. You can never figure it out. They must have missed 10 chippy layups.
Wide open is Callaway. And Gamble rebounds for Iowa. This was an Iowa team down by 22 in the second half at Illinois. The jam is by Horton, 43-27. They're down by 22 in the second half at Illinois and won that game.
They can turn the ball over in a run, but they're not doing it against Indiana. Indiana will probably go for 1 shot. There's about 2 or 3 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game shot.
3 seconds, it appears, is the difference. Of course, what the Hoosiers would like is Alford to be set up for a final 3-point try.
Or keeps the ball in Alford's hands. Alford over 4 years is shooting over 90% from the charity line.
That's the shot clock in the upper left, game clock lower right.
There it is.
Alford double pumps and hits the 3-pointer. And that's the end of the first half. And what a half for the number 2 team in the country, Indiana.
Even today, there are still places in Europe so isolated, hardly anyone ever goes there. But UPS does. With scheduled delivery to every address in every European country it serves, at prices other air delivery companies might find a little scary. UPS, we run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
Hello, I'm Leona, your automatic teller. Can I help you with a student loan?
No, a car loan, Leona. Fast forward.
Home improvement loan.
It's a General Motors car.
Don't get hassled when you finance a new car or truck. Get GMAC financing only at your GM dealer.
Is there someone live I could talk with around?
Do we have one of our calendars? This is a farm calendar. We also have what they call a print calendar. If I can only find it.
When his stomach balks, Davy Johnson reaches for serious medicine. Rolaids consumes all the acid required to bring millions 100% relief. And relief is needed on days like these.
I should have gone into golf.
Get serious relief. Get Rolaids.
If you're allergy sensitive, cold symptoms can make your winter attacks feel even worse. For relief, discover Benadryl Decongestant. With Benadryl, the most prescribed allergy medication ever, plus a nasal decongestant. Benadryl Decongestant.
Where's Schooler?
Here, Sergeant. I have a letter here for you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
The Army's special 2-year enlistment can get you to college 2 years wiser. And with the GI Bill and the Army College Fund, up to $17,000 richer.
We are holding a place for you in our next freshman class. I'm in. I got it.
Schooler,
Yes, Sergeant.
just one more thing.
What's that, Sergeant?
Graduate.
Here's Bob Knight watching Steve Alford as he set up to take that final 3-point shot. Alford, who went 6 for 8 in the first half, had 3 3-pointers, a part of maybe the best half that the Hoosiers have played all year long for Bob Knight. And for Tom Davis, who came in here, in your eyes, at least even, and the Indiana fans worried. Don't forget, Indiana, their last 3 wins were against Northwestern, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, the bottom 3 teams, and by a total of only 5 points. They were really worried, seriously worried here in Indiana.
Well, that's what happens in basketball, Dick. When they met them the first time, there's a difference of 104 points. What they beat Minnesota Wisconsin and Northwestern by. But Iowa, if they can turn Indiana, they can get into the game. But what's happening, nothing's dropping. They seem to be a half a step off.
Well, we'll see what they do in the second half, and we'll look forward to Al McGuire and Bob Knight. That tandem is following next after these words from your local station.
Sunday on Our House, a mysterious mission. Looks like we're on a mission for Lefkowitz.
Why are you carrying a moose around in the back of your car?
Because it won't fit in the trunk. A false friend. You stole it, didn't you? And a hot date.
You are never going to guess who asked me out. I would say Prince Charming.
It's all part of life at Our House. Sunday.
The dream, to unite the forefront of automotive technology with the heritage of elegant British coachwork. Introducing Sterling, the advancement of the European luxury road car. Connolly leather and burled walnut set the Sterling standard of comfort, while advanced Japanese engineering delivers reliability and exhilarating performance. Sterling, the dream is born.
Test drive the new Sterling at your authorized Sterling dealer.
Out here, there's a beer brewed with the taste of the heartland. A wheat brewed beer. It's wheat that makes this a gutsier beer. Born wild, raised proud. Miller makes it and they call it Dakota. Straight from the heartland. Dakota, the wheat brewed beer.
What would you call the new instant lottery that puts 7 people on TV's richest game show every week?
Hollywood Squares, weekdays at 5.
Al McGuire's Hoops. Brought to you by Miller High Life. Miller made the American way since 1855.
Al, subject today, the Indiana head coach, Bob Knight. You could make an argument that Bob Knight is the most recognizable basketball figure throughout the nation. As you heard earlier from John Feinstein, the author of the book about Knight and the Hoosiers, he is a man that is a genius, brilliant. He is a very compassionate, sensitive man, and the most driven man that Feinstein has ever met. And with Al McGuire, he's also very relaxed.
If the NCAA was running United States Steel and had run it as long as they've run college athletics, there wouldn't be a single American car on the market today.
A master tactician on the court, and maybe the most outspoken coach in the history of the game. Recently, I had a chance to sit down and talk to Coach Knight about life, the college game, and his passion for round ball.
I mean, one of the great things about basketball is that nobody's shooting at you. I mean, you don't have to, you know, they compare it to war, but you're not dodging shells and bombs and all that stuff. And you can sit there and all you're dodging is defenses and offensive setups. And that's a lot of fun. I mean, you know, if I got to think whether you're a good captain or not, well, you got 18 guys shooting at me, that's hard to do.
All right. Next 3 years, the tournament, $60-some-odd million more, Bob. Should any of this money funnel into the student athlete?
See, I don't have any problem with giving kids a stipend, $100 a month, that are on scholarship in revenue-producing sports, which almost exclusively would be football and basketball. I have no problem with that. Because I think if ever kids are being used, they're being used. They're being used to support an entire athletic program. All the non-revenue producing sports rely on football and basketball revenue for existence.
What do you see in the 90s for basketball? There's been so many changes the last decade.
Well, I think the three-point shot is an absolute abomination. You know, I think it's ridiculous. Denny Crum made a great comment. If the three-point shot is valid in basketball, then give 2 runs for a home run, and every pass over 30 yards, you get 10 points for in football.
Bob, I've called you Alexander the Great because of all the accomplishments you had. If you left basketball tomorrow, what would you do?
Well, if I left it tomorrow, I'd start working on where I was going to go fishing in June. And I'd think about what I wanted to do this summer and how I wanted to use my time. I've got My youngest boy I'd like to work with as a basketball player, work with him. The oldest one I have a lot of fun with because he's kind of business oriented, and I'd spend some time fiddling around with him as I have been since he got out of school. And I'd play a lot of golf and really wouldn't...
All right, but the honeymoon ends. I mean, the fishing gets old, the golf gets old.
No, it really wouldn't.
I mean, after a while, fishing's enjoyable because you can't do it all the time.
Okay, let me tell you what you'd have a problem with. You know,
the show's on you. Now, don't get the show on me.
But I'm not going to. But you talk every day. You love to talk. And you have never gotten tired of talking. I've known you for 25 years, and you talk, and you talk, and you talk. And you make a lot of sense, and a lot of what you say doesn't make any sense unless you really pay attention to what the hell you're saying. And you haven't ever gotten tired of talking. Now, I'm not ever going to get tired of fishing. Don't ever think that I got to be as competitive the day I walk out of this as I have been while I've been in it. That's a fallacy that a lot of people have. And I know me better than anybody does, and I know exactly what I can do when I get away from here. And it isn't going to have to be centered around something that's highly competitive like this has been.
Well, Bob Knight would argue with this, but when you talk to his friends, he is highly competitive on the golf course, and someone once described him and his intensity that he even fishes hard. And he's still upset about the book. Are you surprised by the fact that he's really angry about it all?
Well, I don't know what went on behind closed doors, Dick, but I do know a year ago last October, I came to Bloomington to do a piece on Bobby Knight, and I had dinner that night with John and Bobby. And John says to me, I am spending the next 3 months here in Bloomington. I'm living here. And I said to John and Bobby, I said, hey, you two guys will never talk again.
And John Feinstein and Bob Knight may never talk again. When are you going to have your consummate book written?
Dick, I don't want to get divorced.
Does Miller High Life come in a clear bottle just to stand out from the crowd? Or is there more to it than that? You see, Miller High Life is brewed dark and rich from this special and expensive roasted malt. How dark and rich? Compare Miller to the other leading premium and see the difference for yourself. When you brew a beer with all the quality and care that goes into Miller High Life, you put it in a clear bottle for the world to see. Because that's the American way.
Sunday, the rambling wreck of Georgia Tech battle the DePaul Blue Demons. College basketball, it's the stuff Sundays are made of on NBC Sports.
Ahmad Rashad back in our studios in New York, and let's get you caught up on some other college scores. Madison Square Garden was the stage for a pre-tournament tune-up between number 14th ranked Kansas and the St. John's Regiment. And in the second half, Kansas fought back from a 10-point deficit. St. John's Willie Glass gave his team a 60-57 lead on that slam, but Kansas answered right back when Kevin Pritchard nailed this three-pointer to tie the game at 60. Kansas freshman Keith Harris was fouled with no time left on the clock, and he coolly sank 2 free throws to give the Jayhawks the win. Final score, Kansas 62, St. John's 60. In other college finals, number 8, Pittsburgh beat Connecticut 76-66. LSU defeated Kentucky 65-52. Michigan trounced Northwestern 101-73. And Georgia Tech upset Duke 79-72. By the way, you'll see Georgia Tech here on NBC tomorrow against number 5, DePaul. There'll be more basketball after these messages.
Tired of winter? Escape to Tahiti with Bob Hope.
Is it better, huh?
And special guests Jonathan Winters, John Denver, Morgan Brittany, Dallas's Howard Keel, and Miss America.
I'm starting to grow fins on my tushy.
Discover pleasure in paradise.
I'll never be invited back.
From Tahiti, Bob Hope's tropical comedy special, Monday.
Dennis Conner, you won the America's Cup, the top sailing award in the world. What do you do next?
I'm headed for Disney World right now.
There they go again, with low finance rates. But at your Lincoln Mercury Mercure dealer, there's a big difference. Ours is on Ford Motor Company cars, which have been the highest quality American cars for 6 consecutive years. And now get 3.9% financing on Mercury Topaz, plus up to $600 cash back. Buy a manual transmission model with preferred equipment package, get a total savings of up to $1,835. See Jim Dixon, Eastside, Kenwood, Ridgeview, Star, and Still Pass.
If you're one of those people who thinks $1 million or so isn't very much anymore, just ask the guy who won Ohio Lotto.
This Saturday's jackpot is $1 million, maybe more.
Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, tonight at 7. College basketball is brought to you by Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered for real draft smoothness. It's beer at its best. By Mitsubishi Motors. Experience the sensation of the full line of new cars and trucks from Mitsubishi. And by Ramada. Next time, get the all-star treatment from your hotel. Next time, Ramada.
Well, you talk about rebounding all the time, and Iowa going into this week and this game is the top rebounding team in the entire nation, and we're out-rebounded by Indiana by 2 in the first half. That is a real turnabout by the Hoosiers.
Well, sure, in practice yesterday for the Hoosiers, all they were concentrating on was to neutralize the rebound, and they had to stay there. The other thing was don't turn the ball over against their pressure. It's outstanding, the turnovers. Indiana only has 3 turnovers.
Iowa's lowest point total all year, 66 against Illinois, have scored only 27 points. You're the coach. You're Tom Davis. What do you tell Iowa at halftime?
First of all, I think what you got to do is say, hey, let's try to get a run going. Let's put a lot of pressure on them, turn the ball. The shots will start going in. But let's cut it down to about 12 points with 10 minutes to go. We don't have it under 12 with 10 minutes to go. We have a serious problem. Of course, Knight will start milking the clock.
All right, they're both back on the court. The second half, Iowa and Indiana from Bloomington, Indiana, right after these words.
The new Mitsubishi Mighty Max, patiently crafted to be serious fun for the money. Only $64.59. Mighty Max gives you more standard features than Toyota, Nissan, or Mazda. And with a 5-speed manual overdrive transmission, tilt steering, double wall cargo box, and more, it's still priced lower than all 3. The Mitsubishi Mighty Max. When you're ready for some serious fun for the money, it's ready to kick up a little dust. Mitsubishi.
Your life is changing, and State Farm is there.
I'm State Farm agent Jim McConnell. Terry Saylor's life insurance started out pretty simple. Then there were 3